Yo, yo, yo. What's up, peoples? Happy Wednesday. Been a while since we streamed on a Wednesday, you know what I'm saying? Let's get that in there like we usually do. All right. So, it's good though, man. We had Monday off, so we're here, baby. Feels good. Hope everybody's having a good day. We got a lot of news to cover today. It'll probably be a long news segment. We'll be rehashing, recovering a lot of the opening night live stuff that we watched yesterday. It's important. There's a lot of new information about games we knew were out there. A little bit of new information about games that we didn't necessarily know or didn't know very much about. So there'll be a lot of stuff for us to cover in the news this morning, as well as we'll be hitting new information about the Microsoft situation and them selling their cloud gaming or cloud streaming rights to Ubisoft, which we got our first kind of bit of information on yesterday. So there'll be a lot of stuff for us to cover today in the news, yeah. And so it'll probably be a lengthy news segment today, more than likely, hitting on all that stuff as well as anything else we come across. And we'll get back into a little bit of Fallout New Vegas for today, which will be the final day for Fallout New Vegas for a little bit, as we're going to start Blasphemous 2 tomorrow. Oh, baby. Really excited about Blasphemous 2. Amazing. Metroidvania, Gothic-styled Metroidvania platforming game. The first one's an absolute banger. It's been on sale here lately, so you can probably find it on different stores, different platforms and stuff on sale. They've been having a sale that includes the original as well as pre-ordering the one that's coming out tomorrow if you guys are interested, across multiple platforms as well. So I'm excited. I can't wait to play the second one. It's an absolute banger of a Metroidvania game, and I cannot wait to get into it tomorrow. So our playthrough of Fallout New Vegas. What up, Davey? What's going on, buddy? We'll be put on a bit of a hiatus here. It'll go on. We'll put a pin in that bad boy for a little bit while we blast our way through some Blasphemous 2, and we'll have a good time with that. But hope everybody's doing well. Let's go ahead and do what we do here, man. Let's jump into this video gaming news segment for August 23rd, man. And then we'll go play some games afterwards, all right? Let's do this. Go ahead and pause out that music for a bit. Cool. Seems good. Nice. Let's go. All right. Here we go. Yeah, right off the bat. Dude, Microsoft sells Activision Blizzard streaming rights to Ubisoft. Yes. So we kind of got a bit of a taste that this was coming. We'll pull both these up. Reuters has an article. Kotaku has an article. Let's make sure we're fleshing this out. We know exactly what this means. The gist of what I was grasping yesterday is that in order to get over the hurdle. Oh, nice, dude. GG's. Nice, man. Yeah, I think, it starts to feel a bit better as you get the ball rolling a little bit and getting levels up, more talents, stuff like that, you know. I'm glad you're enjoying it, dude. I can't wait to get into Baldur's Gate 3 in November, man. We got a lot of cool content to get to before that, so I'm not like just dwelling on the fact that I'm not playing Baldur's Gate 3 until November, but I am excited for November to be here so we get into that. It's going to be really fun. Get into another CRPG and a really good one at that, so it ought to be a lot of fun. From what we understand, and we'll hit on these articles and we'll try to flesh this out a bit more, in order to get over this hurdle of the UK regulatory committee, to finalize the acquisition of Activision Blizzard by Microsoft, they're having to, the big issue the UK committee is having is with the cloud gaming stuff, and so apparently what they're doing is selling off that side of this to Ubisoft. And therefore, what's going to be a really wild kind of thing to consider here is that I think the way this is going to go down, and we still have to, I need to be better educated on it, but what it seemed like we were talking about yesterday and reading an article was that Microsoft is literally going to have to license their own games they own for streaming service and cloud gaming stuff from Ubi, which is a really weird scenario. But I guess it's to maintain competitiveness. I mean, you know what I mean? We'll read into these today. We'll find out exactly what's going on. You know, and I think there's a lot to flesh out here, and we'll try to make sure that we know exactly what's happening. That way I can speak intelligently on it, and I can continue to educate people as questions come about, you know. Also, obviously, yeah. So we've got Gamescom opening night live, the biggest announcements, news trailers, all that. So let's go with we'll just pull both these up to make sure we're not missing anything there from Gamescom. We watched it yesterday live. There was a lot of really cool stuff. It was a great showcase. It was a great event. Aside from people being idiots and wanting to get their chance in the spotlight or whatever and interrupting the show, you know, it's so stupid. But we'll probably hit on I can't remember the name of the game right now, but there was a game that was announced yesterday that was part of Gamescom, and that's what they're going to be talking about right here, I think, and we'll hit on it in these articles. That's what this is. Steam free games. We'll see. Gaming Bible. We'll see. See what else we got here. Oh, looks like Riot servers have been jacked up. We'll take a peek at that, see what's going on. Yeah, we'll be hitting on this. We saw Little Nightmares 3. Hopefully it performs more like Little Nightmares 1 than Little Nightmares 2. I think the content in both games was good, but Little Nightmares 2 performed like a hot piece of crap. Still to this day. I mean, we played it last Scaretober, and it did not feel good on PC. It did not feel good at all. I almost flushed it. There were like lots of performance issues in that game. To the extent of even like questline objective items not spawning in the game and stuff. It was pretty gross. Yep. Yep. Yeah, Rebel Moon game. We'll see what comes of that. I have to say, I feel like the Zack Snyder, it was a bit of a weird. Having him come on stage was a bit awkward. It seemed a bit awkward. Texas Chainsaw Massacre offers Xbox fans huge discount. Interesting. Yeah, Tekken 8 we know is coming in January at this point. Yeah, there's a big Amazon deal right now for console games. Buy one, get one free. So if you're interested, go look at Amazon. This is a pretty unique deal. Normally it's a buy two, get one free deal. Right now it's a buy one, get one free deal. So as long as that second game you want is at the same price or lower, then It's free. So as long as it's part of the games listed in that deal, and there's quite a few. So we took a look at it yesterday. If you're in the market for some new games, go take a look. We've already hit on this. Lords of the Fallen story trailer released, which we'll probably see right here, but just in case. And we saw this as well. That'll probably be in there also, just in case. Mortal Kombat 1's world premiere trailer also. Yeah. Saw this last night. Pulled up just in case. It's not in these first two articles. Call of Duty Next scheduled for October 5th. Look, I won't watch that in this channel. I'm not a big Call of Duty fan, but I will make sure that people understand where and when this is going to happen so they can attend if they want. I'm more apt to make sure that we are able to watch the big comprehensive gaming special events rather than the specified ones, the ones that address specific games, like um, a lot of the Pokemon stuff or the Call of Duty stuff or even the Destiny one that happened yesterday. It just depends. If it's something I'm really, really interested in personally, then we might watch it. Or if the community's really interested in it and I'm getting a lot of requests to watch it, then we could. But more what I'm interested in is watching like the events that showcase a lot of stuff for us all. Yeah, we'll be hitting on this. Nightingale is going to be in early access in February. I can't tell. I feel like this game is either going to be good or it's going to be bad. I don't know. Um, I think the premise behind it seems pretty neat, but it's like the more I see of it, the more I'm like worried about it almost. Dude, there has been requests forever for another bully game to happen from Rockstar. Rockstar doesn't give a crap, okay? Just understand that. Rockstar does not give a crap about anything but GTA. So just I wouldn't hold your breath for anything outside of GTA besides maybe some Red Dead stuff. And with the Red Dead stuff, it'll be putting as little effort into it as possible, like we just saw with their port of Red Dead Redemption 1 to PS4 and Switch. So, I don't know. Don't hold your breath for anything from Rockstar. Yeah, we'll see this from the Gamescom stuff as well. Phantom Liberty gameplay showcase revealed. Yep, we saw that. Cyberpunk 2077's new update looks like the game we've waited years for. Yeah. 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 Which is exactly what the developers, the producer, director behind the game, and I mean, they've been quoted as saying that now everybody should be able to experience exactly what Cyberpunk was always supposed to be now that Phantom Liberty is releasing. With Phantom Liberty, everybody should be able to experience exactly what Cyberpunk was always supposed to be. Which is an unfortunate quote, in my opinion. It just is. Um, And I mean, everybody's got a differing opinion on this situation. Mine, I think, is an unpopular one, and that's okay. But I can't help but feel like it's a hard pill for me to swallow that that's the way they feel about their game. That's the way they feel about this expansion. But they made the expansion only playable on new gen consoles. When this game released on previous gen, and we're not talking about a standalone expansion or anything. You have to have, you know what I mean? Like this is something that it's not like this is the next game in Cyberpunk's entry or anything. This is them saying this now everybody should be able to experience what this game was originally meant to be experienced like, since apparently the base game didn't give it to everybody, you know. But anybody that bought the game on previous gen consoles, which it released on, and which CDPR developed it for, won't be able to experience it because they didn't develop the expansion to be released on the new platforms. That's what makes it so hard for me to swallow. And I get the argument that, well, it it potentially wouldn't have worked on previous gen consoles. Um, okay, it still doesn't change the fact that they released this game on previous gen consoles, and anybody that still owns it on previous gen consoles and doesn't have a new gen console won't be able to experience it. It doesn't change that fact at all. And so I think that's where I have an issue with this, and it's a really hard pill for me to swallow in regards to the way CDPR has moved forward with addressing the development of additional content for this game, and especially the way they're quoting their aspirations of it and the way they feel about it, and how there are going to be a lot of people that are left without being able to experience it that bought the game on consoles that the expansion won't be on. And a lot of people are going to go, well, they need to upgrade. It's not that easy for everybody. Not everybody has the money and to just go out and spend on an upgraded console and stuff, and so I think that's it's an easy thing for people to say. It's not an easy thing for everybody to do, and I think that's where I have a hard time with this from CDPR, and I hope that the content's great. I actually have very little reservations about the fact that the content coming from the Phantom Liberty DLC will be very, very good, because if there's anything that CDPR does very, very well, probably better than anybody else in the industry, it's content. Yeah, I mean they are phenomenal at it, which is why I think they've been able to persevere through a lot of the issues they've had. Um, but for me, it just doesn't make it feel any better. And I think that, obviously I'm a little bit jaded. A little bit is probably quite an understatement. I'm jaded by what a lot of these developers have done to us over the years in the industry, and it affects the way I address a lot of this move. The way I have addressed a lot of this in my mindset moving forward. But I think it's just the way it has to be for us to get things to change, honestly. Um, we keep giving developers a pass for doing bad things to us. They keep doing bad things to us, if because they're not regulated on it in the industry. It's not there. There aren't regulations that hold them accountable for doing these kinds of things. So if we continue to maintain a mindset where it's like, oh well, it's okay, you know what I mean, then they know that they can just keep getting over on us by doing the same things over and over, rather than us changing that mindset and holding these developers accountable for the scummy things they do to us, and being like, look, this isn't really acceptable, and you don't deserve my money, and we shouldn't be supporting you, and letting them die off. Let them die off, dude. If they don't produce quality products, if they're going to do scummy, horrible things that make us feel like they're stealing our money, and they're not providing what they're promising us, and they're going to provide broken products, let them die off, man. Um, No, I haven't seen that one, Davey. I haven't seen that one. You know, I think that's the problem in the industry right now. We've got so many developers that have been able to thrive and survive over, from years and years and years of just getting over on us as the consumer and gaming enthusiasts with terrible products. You know, I'll push it out. It's fine. We'll fix it afterwards or whatever. Using the internet as a crutch and looking at us as nothing more than you know just little you know little to nothing. There's so many companies that we really mean nothing more than you know dollar signs in their eyes. You know what I mean? It's not, and I get it, business is a business, but there's something to be said for businesses that take care of their consumer as well, right? They take care of you and you take care of them, and that's a it's a symbiotic relationship, right? Where you help them, they help you, they give you good stuff, you in turn pay them to continue to produce quality products. Whereas in the gaming industry, it seems like there are a lot of these developers that continue to get over on us with bad stuff, man. They make money off of it, so they continue to provide bad stuff. And I think that's where our mindset has to change and show some of these developers and publishers that like it can't keep happening this way. Ultimately, because there aren't regulations on it, that's why it has to fall on us to kind of change the way we address the way we support a lot of these companies in the industry. Oh, really? Oh my God, dude. Oh, Jesus. Look, man, I am a true believer in the um mindset of things don't need to be overly complicated. You can keep things simple. It's okay. Sometimes things don't need to be too elaborate, too complicated. You know what I mean? Um, but we're gonna find out really soon. There are already review copies out. I'll try to pull something up. Hold on. Let's see if well if we don't come across something in the articles here, then I'll pull something up and we'll see what they're saying about it. There are already a lot of like review copies out there. There's a lot of information out about the game already. So we're going to start getting more and more and more and more information about the game, the way it's playing, what critic reviews are saying about the state of the game, stuff like that. Uh, yeah, yeah, exactly. I mean, people put too much, that's like, I don't know, man. Does the start if like here's my thing. If the start menu didn't work, I would have reservations at that point. I would have concerns. But if the opening menu of the game functions, you know what I mean? If it gets me into the game, it gets me into the settings and things like that. It gives me the things that I need to get going in the game. I'm gonna be fine. People read too much into you know they're reading into it too much, in my opinion. What did they want it to do? You know what I mean? I don't know. We'll try to pull something up. No, I hadn't really heard about that, dude. Game Awards will be at the beginning of the second week of December. It usually is. Um, I still find it weird that the Game Awards happen before the year's even over. My opinion, the Game Awards should happen right at the beginning of the new year. That way, all the games that have come out for the previous year have had time to give people a chance to play them. And instead, the Game Awards happen when there's still like 3 weeks left in the year. I don't really understand that. That's a weird thing to me. I don't quite get it, but it's been like that, and I don't know. I might need somebody to explain why that is. If there's a factual reason why that's the case, I need to I would love to know. I would love to know because it just in my mind it doesn't make sense. Yeah, yeah. One second. Yeah, I know what you're saying. I know what you're saying, Davey. I think for me, um, I'm always yeah, yeah, no, no. I'm always looking for both sides of that court. You know what I mean? I'm looking for both sides of it. I'm looking for the things that were done very, very well and the things that maybe could have used a little bit more. Maybe the things that got a little overlooked or, could have been done a little bit better. I'm always trying to look at both sides of it. I think that partially because I think part of it comes from being a streamer. I feel like it's almost my responsibility to give people my honest viewpoint on what I feel was good and bad of a game, as well as just because of where my passion lies in gaming, and I try to maintain a really, comprehend or like a really an overall well-rounded memory of developers, the games they've made, and the games that I've played from those developers, so that I can remember where I felt like they needed to do better moving forward. So if I play another one of their games, can I kind of break down whether they're like getting better or progressing through their development process or maybe regressing and not doing as well as they used to. That's one of those things that I think that's important to me. That's why I try to break down games as I play them and stuff. Sometimes it can vary too. I mean, sometimes there are games I play where it's like it's actually, and I don't necessarily. I'm not looking for things. I'm not just looking for things to pick out and be negative about. But there are quite often games that I've played where I've found very, very, very little wrong with them. You know what I mean? And which is great. Those are those games that are usually mind blowing kind of experiences. And then there are other games where I've come very close to flushing them. Like I was just talking about Little Nightmares 2. It wasn't necessarily the content in that game, but the performance of that game was not very good. And it was just that alone really made me makes me really hesitant about wanting to experience Little Nightmares 3, which just got announced. It's just things like that. It's just trying to remember that. Well, yeah, yeah, exactly. Yeah, 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 exactly, Davey. Yeah. Out of 10 game releases, how many have been 10, right? I would say out of, if you took like 10 game releases, how many of them actually even hit above an 8, I would say maybe one out of 10 would hit above an 8. That's probably your ratio. So getting a game to hit above a 9 is astronomical, really, in my opinion. That those are games that are like going to be iconic for throughout gaming history. Anything that hits above a 9, is just insane. And it is, I mean, honestly, hits a 9 out of 10 is a game that's about as close to flawless as you'll ever see. Again, I don't think any game's ever going to be perfect. Just like I don't think there's ever a human that's perfect, or you know what I mean. And I think that's by proxy why games will never be perfect. It's humans that work on these. There's going to be flaws. There's going to be parts of them that aren't necessarily fully fleshed out and fully you know. So I don't know. Well, sometimes I would say that I don't know, man. The indie part of the industry comes out with some bangers, man. They really do. Especially considering the lack of resources at their disposal in relation to the amount of resources that many of these big developers have. Um, it's pretty amazing how highly rated a lot of the indie games are because I mean you can feel the passion behind them, whether it be from performance standpoint or the content standpoint. There's always a lot of really good stuff going on, in the indie world. um Inventive gameplay, a lot of the things that come together to make very good video games. You see the passion in the indie side, you know whereas quite often, and it's not always, because don't get me wrong, there's like you take a game like Baldur's Gate 3, which right now, I mean, what are we talking? Baldur's Gate 3 on meta is above a 90, right? Oh yeah, 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 yeah. Which this is something Timwin and I were talking about too. I mean, you talk about. I mean, um, this is also a company. I mean, Larian is a company that is like kind of in a weird spot because they are an independent studio, but this is a AAA resourced kind of game, right? So it's a weird situation. They are their own studio. So in the sense of that, but most of the time when we talk indie developers, we're talking about small independent studios of like a handful of developers with very little capital. And Larian was like 400 plus people, insane amount of time to spend on this game, insane amount of resources to spend on this game. You know what I mean? So truly, it's a triple A resource wise developed game, right? But yeah, I mean it's this is a game that is going to go, in the annals of gaming history as something that is going to be hard to touch and is going to be defining for the industry forever. It is changing. It will be changing for the industry forever. It's just, it's too big. It's too massive. The magnitude of what they've done here is absolutely mind blowing. That's why I can't wait to play it. I can't wait to play it. It's going to be so much fun. Um, but lining up a lot of what these small indie developers do just off of, the small amount of resources they have is incredible. It really is. And I would say more often than not, yeah, the indie devs are probably pulling better scores baseline off of AAA devs. Yeah, because they are better at most of the time. I'm not saying all the time, but in my opinion, probably most of the time, better at content, better at nice, inventive, creative gameplay, story, stuff like that. They tend to get it right. You can see the passion in their projects, and it shows. Whereas a lot of times with the AAA devs, it seems like a lot of what you get's just a boatload of money dropped on a ton of people that they pull together to make a game. They're like, all right, here's our core concept. Now make it work. You know what I mean? Oh yeah, what are those, dude? What are those? This is actually incredible. I mean, dude, you don't see this. This is why I do think. I mean, let's compare something real quick. I think Baldur's Gate 3 takes Game of the Year this year, right now. I don't think there will be anything else that'll be able to knock it off that pedestal, dude. Um, The kind gum. I can't type this morning, dude. Oh, Jesus. Oh, dude, it's sitting at the same exact meta score. Interesting. Same exact meta score. A lower user score. Look at this, though. I really think it's going to be between these two. I really do. I think it's going to be between Baldur's Gate 3 and Tears of the Kingdom. Um, I'll tell you why I think Baldur's Gate 3 takes it. I think, and I'm not in by any means demeaning what Tears of the Kingdom is, because and I know I'm going to get a lot of flack about what I'm about to say. I'm not demeaning the fact of what Tears of the Kingdom is and how inventive it is, even over Breath of the Wild. But I think where Baldur's Gate 3 is going to have a leg up on the game of the year over Tears of the Kingdom is that Tears of the Kingdom at its core is a game built off of Breath of the Wild. It's not entirely a game that we haven't seen before. And again, I get it. I'm going to get people that go, there's so much in the game that is new and different than what we saw in Breath of the Wild. And I know that. I'm not taking away from the game in that capacity. I understand that. But at the core of what it is still a game that is very Breath of the Wild, which we've seen. And Baldur's Gate is not. Baldur's Gate is absolutely from scratch, brand new, not something we've ever seen before, and I think that's what might put it over the top of something like Tears of the Kingdom. Personally. We'll find out. I could be wrong. But I think, if anything, that's what would give it a leg up on Tears of the Kingdom. It's a race, dude. It's a neck and neck race right there, I think. Divinity 2. I need to play Divinity 2 as well, man. Pathfinder 2 and Baldur's Gate 3. Yeah. I feel like, here's the thing, because I mean, the Pillars games are so good, dude. The Pillars games are so good. Divinity was good. It didn't stand up to Pillars for me. I liked Divinity. I haven't played Divinity 2. I need to play Divinity 2 to give a real nice lineup between, what Divinity 1 and Divinity 2 were compared to what Pillars 1 and Pillars 2 were. But I definitely don't see Divinity 1 being as good of a game, in my opinion, as Pillars 1 was. But that's because Pillars is a deeper game, too. It's a deeper CRPG, and I enjoy that. And not everybody wants that. So, I will say that, like, I mean, I want to play the Pathfinder games. I definitely want to play Baldur's Gate 3, which is happening in November. I want to play Rogue Trader too. Rogue Trader looks like it's going to be very good. I am not somebody that's real knowledgeable on the Warhammer 40,000 universe. Our buddy Tim Wynn's been playing the alpha, and maybe was it alpha or beta? I think it was the alpha of Rogue Trader, and it was saying, dude, it's lining up to be very good. Which is it's an Owlcat developed game. It's the same developer behind Pathfinder. There's Tim Wynn. What's up, buddy? Pathfinder is such a mess. So you played both the alpha and the beta, right? Yeah, I mean, Pathfinder, I've had people say Pathfinder's good. I've had people say Pathfinder's bad. And that's one of those things I've expressed a lot, is that I feel like you're either going to like it or you're not going to like it. I don't feel like there's a lot of middle ground for the Pathfinder games. I think it's one of those titles, or those games or those titles that you're either going to enjoy or you're not going to enjoy. I don't think there's a lot of, it was decent. I have had like literally nobody say that to me. I've had people go, yeah, they were good, or I've had people go, nah, they were bad. That's about it, dude. Yeah, the difficulty thing. Yeah, I've heard a lot about that. Okay, Davey. Yeah, dude. Yeah, have a good day, buddy. Have a good day. So, yeah, I've heard a lot about that. But apparently, from what I understand from you, Timlin, like the Rogue Trader stuff, they've come a long ways with that, right? It seems like they've really. I think the Pathfinder games probably gave them a pretty nice idea of what they needed to do moving forward with something new, and it seems like maybe they've taken some nice lessons learned there into what they're doing with Rogue Trader, right? You said you played both the alpha and the beta, is that correct? Really good. Challenging, not too hard. Yeah, yeah. Do you know if they're going to have different difficulty settings in that game, by the way? We've got this up. We'll talk about that. Yeah, God, their Modern Warfare 3 showcase was just, in my opinion, too long, dude. Oh, they will. Okay, good, 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 good. Good stuff, dude. Nice. Yeah, I'm excited, dude. They still don't have like a definitive release date for that yet, either, though, do they? Oh, where wasn't it slated for like later this year, or is it 2024? I thought it was later this year. Is what they were saying previously, but I don't remember off the top of my head. Yeah, Alan Wake 2, man. I hope it's good. All right, let's look at our other search. Yeah, we talked about this. Amazon's got a buy one get one free deal. Usually it's a buy two get one free deal. So if you're interested in getting some like console games and stuff, now is a good time to go take a look. Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah, yeah. Okay, yeah, that's what I thought. Right. Okay, yeah. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I knew it was an Owlcat game. Yeah. Yep. Mhm. I didn't know that that's normally their play about a year after announcement. That's cool. That's cool. Does it seem like they've been pretty receptive to feedback from people? I mean, it seems like they've had some pretty nice like access to the game for people that are interested in playing and providing feedback. Does it seem like they're like incorporating that from your opinion? Cuz I mean, asking you cuz you've been part of it, right? Nice. That's good, dude. That's good. That's good to hear. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Rebel Moon, Rebel Moon, Rebel Moon, dude. Yep, Amazon sell again. Yeah, I understand that too. Yeah, I absolutely understand that. Yeah, no doubt. No doubt. Honestly, depending on whenever I finish when it releases and when I finish Boulder's Gate, I might I don't know. I don't know if I want to play two games like that back to back. We'll see what happens. But I've been really interested in Rogue Trader since it was announced. So I don't know. We'll see what happens. I'm interested in it. I want to play it. It just depends. We'll see how it goes. Jesus, the Rebel Moon stuff, dude. Rebel Moon looked weird to me, man. I'm not gonna. I mean, it looked like is Rebel Moon. Does anybody know? Is this like based off of like a book or anything? Yeah, yeah. I don't know. It looked like just a mashup of a lot of different. Which I mean, to be fair, that's what a lot of today's entertainment stuff is like looking at previous entertainment and kind of emulating it and stuff, but it looked like, I saw a lot of like I want to be Star Wars stuff in there, you know, some other stuff too. Yeah, it almost looked like they wanted to just mash up a bunch of different universes together into like something like Rebel Moon, whatever Rebel Moon is. Um, was it a book or anything first? The official movie novelization? No. Wait, what? Let's see this real quick. Um, dude, Timwin, here we go, bro. Yo, dude, Rebel Moon is inspired by the works of Akira Kurosawa and the Star Wars films. The film also began development as a Star Wars film that Snyder had pitched to Lucasfilm shortly after the sale of Lucasfilm to the Disney Company in 2012. This pitch was to be a more mature take on the Star Wars universe. It looked so Star Wars to me, dude. That's what I kept thinking while I was watching the trailer of it yesterday. I was like, it looks Star Wars, dude. It just looks like Star Wars. So it's literally just a project developed by Zack Snyder. It didn't come from any kind of like text or anything, apparently. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, that's stupid, dude. Dude, we should not be giving that individual any kind of screen time, any kind of notoriety at all. Just get wrecked, dude. I will say that Jeff Keighley handled it very well. You know, they have to be prepared for that kind of stuff nowadays, though, man. It's crazy. We've seen this for a while. Spawn's being teased to be coming to a video game, and who knows what that could be. He was eventually added to the roster in Mortal Kombat 11. So is he going to be in Mortal Kombat 1? Maybe. We've heard that it could be that like Ghibli game or whatever it's called. I don't know. Hey, who knows? We'll find out whenever it's official. Jesus. Starfield's opening is leaked online. We knew it would. Apparently, people are freaking out over the opening menu of the game, though. Persona 3 Reload release date set for February. We'll pull that up. Excuse me. I think that it makes sense for them to do an Elden Ring sequel. Oh, for real? Who? Who's freaking out, dude? Tell me it's Fextra Life, dude. Tell me it's Fextra Life, dude. Oh, what is this, bro? Really? You know what, dude? I think it looks clean. Is what I think. This is my thing. This is what I was taking. So Davey told me about this earlier. Davey told yo, thanks for the link, brother. Davey told me about this earlier that like people were up in a roar about this. Here's my thing. I truly believe in the sentiment of keeping things simple. I don't even know who Grums is, dude. Who's Grums, bro? Fill me in. Because I don't even know who this is. Obviously somebody popular. I mean, look at all the views on this, dude. I'll probably get a lot of flack. You don't know who Grums is? No, I don't know who Grums is, dude. This is the thing. I don't think things need to be too complicated. Oh, it's an ex Blizzard dev? No way, bro. For real? Oh, get wrecked. That's funny, dude. Wow. Okay, bro. Here's the thing. Um, dude, a start screen. I actually like a start screen to be pretty simple and clean looking, and which is what this is for me. I think it's fine. I don't see anything wrong. I'm look, dude. You're gonna try and act like people are reading this individual. I feel like is trying to get people to read into this too much. Okay, you're gonna try to read into this too much. I'm guessing it's an animated screen as well, so you probably got like a little bit of some, you know, space stuff going on, which is cool. But it's simple, it's clean, and that's fine. Dude, I'm actually really okay with that. The main thing is, does the menu work? Does it let you start the game? Does it get you into your settings? You know what I mean? That's all I really care about. As long as the rest of the game is good, what do I give a crap about? And if you're gonna sit there and try to read into, oh well, the start screen's pretty naked, you know, it looking pretty bare, so the game's probably gonna be a piece of crap. Dude, you're out of your mind. You're reaching, dude. You're really reaching. So I don't know. In my opinion, this is kind of stupid. I'm a true believer in keeping, you know, things simple. It doesn't need to be polluted. It doesn't need to be real complicated. So whatever. I don't know. I feel like that's a reach there, dude. Yo, thanks for the link, dude. I appreciate it. I was wondering what was going on. Yo, that's hilarious, bro. That's hilarious. Yeah, you know, whenever PlayStation fans are defending it, you got to be on the wrong side of the ball, there, dude. That's funny, man. Yeah, nice. Jesus. Yeah, being saved for future games. Yo, thanks for sharing that with me, dude. I wasn't sure where that was coming from. Elden Ring creator hints at possible sequel. Yeah, I mean, I think it'd be kind of. Look, I mean, From Software's got a lot of stuff on their plate, right? I really think this is the thing. I have my own thought process here, but I mean, people have been asking for Bloodborne to come back forever, you know. I think that'll happen with PS6. I think it'll be like like either a release game or a close to release game for PS6 to try to get people to be a proprietary, obviously, but it'll be I think a remake. Bloodborne. When did Bloodborne hit, dude? You know, some people bringing up examples: Final Fantasy Sevens, Elden Rings. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Exactly, dude. Yeah. So I mean, I wouldn't be surprised, anyways. if like something like Bloodborne got remade to come along with the release of the PlayStation 6, if that's what it's going to be called, the next iteration of PlayStation, um, because it would be an appropriate time for it. 2015, yeah. So you know, obviously it's a title that's under PlayStation, it's under Sony, right? And it's still proprietary. So it's kind of like the same situation as like Demon Souls, right? So Demon Souls can't really be on any other platform, which is why they ended up remaking Demon Souls. And if you look at those time frames, what was Demon Souls, dude? Demon Souls was PS3. Was it like a few years before Bloodborne? Demon Souls original release date, not the 2020, dude. Let's go in here. It'll probably have it. 2009. Yeah. So 2009, right? 2009, and then in 2020 it got remade and came out with the PS5, right? From Software, Sony, PS3, all that stuff, right? So I mean, it's not. I don't think it's unfathomable to think. I mean, I don't have any inside track on this or anything, but look, you know, same thing. From Software, Sony. Obviously, Sony's got the publisher rights to it and everything. This is a big deal. You know, Bloodborne's one of those games where people are they've been, you know, foaming at the mouths for basically more Bloodborne forever. But Sony knows that it's that important, right? And they know that there's going to be a right time to use this title. And if you look at the time frames there, 11 years after Demon Souls released, it got released as a remake for 2 generations away, right? This would be the same exact situation. Same exact. If timelines line up and we see the PlayStation 6 hit in 2026, you know, which is a possibility. PlayStation 6, new gen PlayStation console could be hitting in 2026. That would put Bloodborne at 11 years old, hitting a console 2 generations away from where it released. It would be the same exact thing as Demon Souls, dude. And it would be a big, 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 big pull to get people to buy into that new console. Right? So, I don't know. I don't think it's unrealistic to see that happen. Oh, dude, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, yeah. They absolutely know the size of what this is. That's why Sony hasn't done anything with it, you know? I mean, you know the size of something is this enormous, the magnitude of a title is this iconic. Whenever I mean literally anything like from Software or Sony, all they have to do is like tweet out anything with the word Bloodborne in it, and the gaming world loses its mind. It's like it turns into a frenzy, and it's literally nothing usually. You know what I mean? This is one of those very very niche kind of titles that people just kind of lose their crap about, and I mean, I truly think that that's why Sony hasn't let this go to any other platform, any other, you know. Oh, right. Yeah. Basically, I mean, you're not wrong there either, you know. Um, so the reason, again, that I got on this kind of topic is because we talk about an Elden Ring sequel, right? But how long would it take an Elden Ring sequel? And if there is the potential for Bloodborne to hit 3 years from now, to 3 to 4 years from now, I mean, you've got to think that and again, this is not, I'm not inside tracked or anything, but dude, if you look at, what they did with Demon Souls and what they could be doing with Bloodborne, because that lines up, dude. That's the same exact situation. It's the same exact situation. I've even got a video on YouTube where I kind of like came up with that entire thought process and was like, Jesus, this would line up perfectly. Then you would have to expect that they're in some form of development on that right now too, But From Software has a lot of stuff on their plate right now, and not that they're a small developer by any means, but they are a pretty good developer too. And I think that being who they are, they're not going to want to stretch themselves too thin either. They're not going to want to have too many projects going on at once to where the maybe content would suffer in any one of those projects. They don't seem like that kind of developer to me, So I don't think that an Elden Ring, I think an Elden Ring sequel is inevitable, honestly. But I think that we're still so fresh with Elden Ring, there'll probably be more content for Elden Ring before we even start thinking about an Elden Ring sequel, really. Because I do think that From Software has more stuff coming to us, and I really do think Bloodborne will be something before we get an Elden Ring sequel. I do. That's just me. I could totally be wrong. Turok 3 is getting a 4K remaster. Yeah, boy. Nice. All right, we'll go one more page and we'll jump into all this. It's going to be a long news segment today. I said that from the beginning. We've got a lot of the Microsoft, Activision, Ubisoft stuff to cover. We're going to rehash all the Gamescom stuff. The Atari 2600 Plus is a modern version of Atari's classic console, and it plays the original cartridges. Sick, dude. Nice. Yo, is Fort Solis actually, it probably has reviews already, right? Oof. Oof. 53%. What are we saying here? This is what a year of unoptimized games. This is what? A year of unoptimized games? Each new release is more terrible than previous. 40 frames on my RTX 4090. Wow, dude. Yo, product received for free. Fort Solis is the worst video game I have ever played and completed in 20 years of gaming. Fails as a game, not just saying the thing above to grab your attention. I'm saying this because that's how I honestly feel after completing nearly 900 titles in the span of nearly 2 decades on many different platforms and from many different genres. Fort Solis is not necessarily the worst because it does so many things so badly, although it indeed does. It's the worst because it's the first game I've played that does literally nothing to fulfill any of the criteria that makes something a video game. Games are about interactivity and player choice. It's a choice to shoot a Goomba in Mario instead of jumping on its head. It's a choice to save the fish at the start of Detroit Become Human. Choice in Dark Souls to decide how you want to gear up before the next boss. Fort Solis doesn't have any choices in this product. The interactivity consists of following things. You either open doors, pick up items to be able to open doors, walk, partake in extremely bad QuickTime events, or watch monitor screens. It's not a game when all you have to do is hit A to trigger a cutscene. Same thing as hitting resume on your Blu-ray player to continue your movie. Even the bloody QTEs were unfailable, or at least that was my experience with them. Fails as a movie. Fort Solis sacrificed everything for the sake of creating a cinematic experience. Yet the irony is that it fails miserably as a movie too. Why? Because first, its characters don't grow or evolve throughout the whole story, and second, there is practically no story. If you've seen the trailers, you've pretty much seen everything. Jack and Jessica receive a manual distress call from Fort Solis Station, so they go and check it out, and then nothing happens for 4 hours. They just randomly regurgitate the same boring points about a movie they've watched, and you run into some dead bodies. You learn literally nothing aside from seeing some videos and emails on some PCs from the station employees who only talk about two things: soil experiments and Mars storms. And the ending, man, the ending. What an anticlimactic letdown. Total fail. Fort Solis fails as a game. It fails as a movie, too. I don't know what it is. All I know is that I wanted to get drunk so much after I finally finished it. You know, instead of hitting A repeatedly in the game to make the character drink beer, because, oh, well, that's the most amount of interactivity it has. Oh, and it only takes 4 hours because 2 hours of that is just super slow walking. Otherwise, it would have only taken 2 hours. And yeah, there's no run button. I guess the developers thought it would have been hard to animate the characters running up the stairs, and it would have made the game less cinematic. Tim and I was just thinking the same thing, dude. Technical problems. This is really just a side note because absolutely no one should buy and play this. I know it's hard to believe, but the devs managed to make a game less optimized than Jedi Survivor. Oh my god, dude. I have an RTX 3090 with an i5 13600KF, 32 gigs of DDR5, and a solid state drive. I can usually play highly demanding games at 90 to 120 frames per second at 4K in DLSS performance mode at high epic settings. This game drops below 60 even with the lowest settings. In fact, there are barely any differences between the presets. It also crashed once. It has Unreal Engine micro stutters. The screen space reflections are some of the worst I've ever seen. I can only see half of my character's reflection from a distance, and the shadows bounce from one spot to another on every surface, as if the walls were made out of water or something like that. Also, where's the ultra-wide support from this so-called cinematic game? Oh, and be prepared for a locked field of view with a character that literally blocks half of your screen. 4.9 hours to beat. 4.9 hours to beat. I think this is a big problem we're starting to see in the industry, too. Yeah, that feels bad, dude. This is definitely coming off my list of games to play during Scaretober because, you know, I had seen it. I was glad that it was releasing in August so we could see what the reviews were going to be like for this game. We'll pull up Metacritic, too. But the trailer made it look like, and I mean, that this is what developers do, right? And publishers. They make the game, they show you what they want you to see to hype you up. And I was like, this looks like it could be decent. A decent game for Scaretober. And I was glad it was releasing earlier than Scaretober so we would get a chance to look at it. Eternum or... Immortals of Avium. No, I'll look it up right now, though, dude. I'll look it up right now. Yeah, Immortals of Avium. Yeah, I'll look it up, brother. So, Magic Call of Duty, yeah. Magic Call of Duty, bro, yeah. So, I'll almost attribute this to not quite as bad, but, I mean, at least the game performed well. But when I played Scorn, that's basically, this is the same way I felt about Scorn. Scorn felt like it was more interactive than this is, I'm sure, but it still felt like a visual experience. It didn't feel like a game, really. It felt like a visual experience they tried to turn into a game, and it didn't work. It felt clunky. It felt plain, and it was really like the story was literally nothing because there's no dialogue. It just leaves everything up to your imagination as to what is actually going on and what's happening, and the way it ends is like, okay, well, what was that and what's that even mean? You know, I think there's an issue with games being games sometimes. because that's what we want. You know, I think even you go take a look at like Final Fantasy 16. I mean, it definitely is a game. It's not a Final Fantasy game. I'll stick to that. I definitely think they stripped away a lot of what makes Final Fantasy with that game. It's more like a Devil May Cry game. It's Team Ninja basically, right? But dude, that game has just as much cinematic in it as it does actually playtime, or almost. It's like 17 hours, 18 hours worth of cinematics in it, and the game's like beatable in about 35 hours or something like that. That's like half of your game time is just watching video. I don't necessarily need that. There's something to be said for good cinematics in a game. Don't get me wrong. That's been a thing for a long time. But a good cutscene here and there can absolutely enhance your experience with a game, immersion and stuff like that. But I don't want to be watching a movie just as much as I'm playing a game. You know, if I want to watch a movie or a show, I'll go watch a movie or a show. You know, there's this weird thing that's happening. I feel like in the gaming industry where everything's just getting so focused on the visual experience and taking away from the actual gaming side of it. You know, they're losing sight of what it means to be a game sometimes, and that's not good, man. I think this is a prime example of it too. Like, this doesn't sound like a video game at all, really. I don't know. Probably stay away from this one. Let's look up Immortals of Avium, dude. You said this one's been doing pretty good, huh? Oh, it's got mixed. It's 68% right now. We'll look both of these up on Metacritic too, dude. Okay, we'll look both of these up on Metacritic. What are people saying here? Seen reviews that are positive. Well, I mean, to be fair, there's about almost 7 out of 10 reviews on this are going to be positive. But let's see. If you have anything less than an 8-core CPU or 3080 Ti, do not buy. Seems the developers don't understand that average PC player doesn't have a 3090, 4090 based on other reviews. Even with a high-end GPU, can't get stable frames. I have a 3060 Ti paired with an i7 11700F and couldn't get 25 frames with DLSS without massive stutters. Praying for an optimization update. Needs more time to cook. DLSS 3 frame gen implementation is very poor, severe input latency when active, and lots of ghosting. DLSS 2 said performance in the game fluctuates between 60 frames to 90 frames with an i5 12600 and an RTX 4080. Even on medium settings, this is an issue, dude. No HDR support, can't skip cutscenes. There's no reason why a game should be hitting 60 to 90. And I think what you take away from this is they're getting flux. It's not stable. You're still getting flux. You're not having a stable frame rate. At medium settings, DLSS 2, performance, on a 4080. That's rough, dude. It's pretty rough. Medium settings across the board. You know? That's bad optimization, man, on release right there. Here's a positive review. They're recommending it, but mixed bag for this one. 6.6 hours on record. Only 1.3 hour at review time, though. Gameplay and story is engaging. Everything's a freaking light show, which I enjoy. Basically, just playing like you're in a rave, dude. However, it's the optimization that weirds me out. Running a 3080 with a 12900 CPU, 1440p, so 2K res. On a mix between ultra and high settings, getting some stuttering on some areas, but so far, I just beat the training area. Gameplay is okay. Suggest to wait for them to iron out the bugs and issues before you buy. I've been tinkering with the settings a bit. Put on all on ultra with no anisotropic, and putting DLSS to ultra seemed to have removed stuttering for me. Interesting. Edit to there was a driver update for NVIDIA, and it fixed a whole lot of issues. Okay. Now I'm running on all ultra and 2-time anisotropic. Ultra settings, 2 times anisotropic, DLSS balance, 55 to 59 frames per second, performance 62 to 67 frames per second, 62-ish on fights, ultra performance, 70 plus consistent. Okay. Yo, edit 3, change the 16 times filtering after driver updates. Doesn't stutter anymore at all. Thanks for the tip. Mitchell Spawn. Cool. Okay. At least their gamers are figuring out how to get it to run a little bit better. I wonder what the time to beat on it is. Let's look up some Metacritic stuff on these games real quick. And how long to beat on Immortals of Avium, too. I want to see that. Is there anything else here we need to look at? Then we'll get into all of this. Oh, dude, this game looks sick. Thank goodness you're here as a new game by Behind the Untitled Goose Game. Dude, this game looks awesome. Kingdom Hearts 4, everything you should know. We haven't seen anything about Kingdom Hearts 4 in quite a while until now. We will talk about Phantom Liberty. And I won't rant. I've already kind of given my spill today. I'm just, I ranted yesterday. Unfortunately, Tinwin caught the brunt of that, so I do apologize. It's okay that we have differing opinions on this front, and I just am, of the mindset that we have to be careful about the way we let these companies take advantage of us sometimes. And it's really pushed me in the opposite direction of being able to push me into the mindset of feeling like we have to it has to fall on our shoulders. There's not enough regulations in the industry. I feel like it has to fall on our shoulders to hold these developers and publishers responsible for the things they do. And so it does get me amped up sometimes. And, I probably got a little bit too boisterous yesterday in my addressing of it. But I think that Tinwin has very valid points when we talk about this kind of stuff. I think everybody does. I'm not the know-all, be-all about all this stuff. I just have my own kind of theories and thoughts and beliefs about the way this stuff should be done, just like the way everybody else does. And a big part of it for me is trying to make sure that we're trying to promote a healthier way of moving forward in the industry and not letting these companies take advantage of us and everything. That's one of my main things, and the way that my mindset sits with addressing these areas of our relationship between what developers and publishers have done to us in the past, and the way that I feel like quite often they have a responsibility to make up for it. You know what I mean? So that's all it really comes down to. And we'll talk about it. I think that for everybody that is a Cyberpunk player, this is big news. There's no doubt about it. It does look dope. It looks like there's a lot of good content in here. And honestly, I'll be relying on Tinwin and anybody else that's going to be playing Liberty City to let me know how they feel about it. And it does seem like it's going to be a large amount of content. And to let me know how the content feels and if it feels like it's worth that price point, or just all the way around. I won't be playing it. You know what I mean? But we do have a lot of people in this community that really enjoy the Cyberpunk game. I know there are going to be a lot of people in this community that play Liberty City, and because I won't be, I'll be looking for a lot of that feedback to know how people feel about it as a whole. So we'll pull that up. Yeah, I mean, dude, they were ready for that guy. Yeah, I feel like they were a little bit slow getting to Jeff, though. That guy was all up on Jeff for a minute there, dude. Marvel Snap's now available on Steam. Interesting. All right, let's take a quick peek here at is that how it's? Yeah, we'll look at it on PC. Okay, so Immortals of Avium. I've kind of bagged on this game a little bit because one of the early articles we read about the game. Yeah, because it made by the creators of Call of Duty. You know, there was a quote way before the game released, whenever we started getting info about the game coming out and everything. That was like, "This is not Magic Call of Duty. Don't call it Magic Call of Duty." And I was like, if you're going to tell me to not call it Magic Call of Duty, all I can really expect is that this is Magic Call of Duty. So I've basically been calling Immortals of Avium Magic Call of Duty ever since. And, you know, I'm always going to be pretty sus about anything that comes out of EA at all. Um, you know, Obviously, they've got a lot of other studios that are subsidiaries of theirs. They occasionally come out with a banger here and there. It's inevitable. Their umbrella is very wide. Their reach is insanely large, and so occasionally they come out with a pretty solid game. But I feel like for EA games, this is about the expectation for me. Something fairly mediocre. That's EA, dude. Um, if not subpar, mediocre to subpar. EA. So we just looked this up on Steam. It does seem that content wise, people aren't thinking it's too bad. It looks like it's had some performance issues. Players are starting to find out ways to run some settings that might be helping a little bit, but it looks like they might need some patches out to help with it a little bit. What has it been out for a day now? Immortals of Avium is in many respects a successful game, but at the same time, it does not offer any fresh ideas. Pleasant gameplay contrasts with cliched and predictable plot. Game itself is overall a quite forgettable experience. 70. Immortals of Avium is quite entertaining FPS game that is overshadowed by high system requirements, design problems, and bugs. Those who want a decent FPS game with a good story and Doom Bulletstorm style gameplay should not miss it. PC Gamer says Immortals of Avium tells a dull tale in an extremely irritating way, but at least has some fun, engaging shooting. Just wish it had a few ideas of its own. Games Radar Plus said stark demonstration of what a lack of confidence in your core vision can do. Good shooter in Immortals of Avium, maybe even a great one, but you'll have to do some digging to find it. TRG says it's a near miss. Fun arcade shooter. Stunning world, unique concept. Aren't quite charming enough to make up for the game's sluggish pace and disjointed combat. Probably not worth what they're wanting people to pay for. What's the time to beat on this? I wonder. Anticipate it'll take on average 20 hours to complete the main story. That's what EA was saying. Not any info right now on actual how long to beat's website. 20 hours. So I don't know. $60 game across the board right now. Metacritic's got it rated at about the same. Low to mid 60s. Steam's at about a 68%. It's a game. Yeah, it's a game. It's not going to be anything I think that's going to blow you away. You're going to get probably about 20 hours of gameplay. It will probably be nothing that sticks in your mind for very long as a memorable experience. But it'll get you 20 hours of gameplay. Is that worth $60 to you? You know what I mean? I think that's just something everybody needs to take a look at. $60 game, 20 hours of gameplay that's probably not going to be super memorable or overly engaging, really. Yeah, basically, Tim, when it's an EA game. Yeah, dude. Yeah, no doubt. Yeah, I think that's about where we're at. That's about what I expected. You know what I mean? It's about what I normally expect out of an EA title. So I don't know if you're really interested. I doubt this is probably going to be on EA Play in about 6 months. So it probably Game Pass through EA Play in about 6 months. I'm guessing. I doubt that it's actually already on EA Play. Most of the time, their big games like this don't really hit EA Play right away. I think that's the way that works. EA Play, normally these will hit 6 months later, and then you can probably get them through Game Pass Ultimate on EA Play as well. So if you're really interested in playing this, maybe just hold off. Play it on play it on Game Pass or EA Play through a subscription service. This is probably money better spent, because then you'll be able to try out some other games too. You know what I mean? It doesn't look like anything you should really be spending $60 to $70 on, in my opinion. But you do you. That's about, I think, the best we can go on that one. What was the other one we were talking about? Oh yeah, the Fort Solis, right? So Fort Solis, not looking very good. Let's look at Metacritic real quick. Go PC. Oh Jesus, it's even worse on PC rated than it is on PS5. PS5 it's at a 64. PC it's a 53. Gaming Trend and Game Grin gave it an 85, and then it shoots down to a 65, and then even worse below that. If look at PC Gamer's review. This is all they say. If Fort Solis really was a Netflix series, it wouldn't get a second season. To be fair, it feels like Netflix doesn't usually bring back their better series, though. They're usually bad about bringing back the good ones, and they usually bring back the worst ones. Fort Solis is a walking simulator that feels more like a forced walk. Let's go middle of the road here, okay? Let's take a look at these two. They've got longer reviews too. As it stands, Fort Solis is an atmospheric experience with impressive graphics and slow but interesting central narrative. As a game, it falls short on many parameters with low interactivity, shoddy QuickTime events, and exploration that rarely feels rewarding. I can only imagine the actual game parts were added mostly as an afterthought. That's too bad. For what ultimately could have been pretty special, just ends up being rather bland. And at 60, a 65 rating. Your impression of Fort Solis is going to depend on many factors, the biggest one being how forgiving you are of its issues. Story seems fine until you break down motivations. Graphics look good until you start looking beyond the characters. The acting is good, but the gameplay isn't as tight as it should be due to some odd design decisions. It is a game that might be fine for fans of modern story-based adventure games, but don't expect it to be anywhere near the height achieved by some of the bigger titles in the genre. What's funny too is we were watching this. This is from or not Summer Games Fest. We were watching Opening Night Live, and they were like, indie developer, 2 years of development, games releasing today. And I said, and we'll find out how good it is. Because they were like promoting it yesterday at Opening Night Live, and it was like, okay, well, I mean, you can stand up there and like, try to point out these things of, like their big achievements or whatever, but none of that's going to make any kind of difference at all unless your game's actually good, you know? And it really, I mean, it seems pretty bland, pretty lackluster. Um, and apparently it's only going to take you roughly 4 to 6 hours to beat this game. Granted, I mean, the price point is not high. It's $22, but let me put this in perspective for you. This game at 10% off is going to cost you $22.50. And you're going to get roughly 4 to 6 hours out of it, game time. Dave the Diver is an indie game that costs $20 on Steam, and I got 55 hours out of the main game. I still had more that I could do. You know what I mean? And I was blown away by Dave the Diver. Dave the Diver is an overwhelmingly positive experience. They're different genre. Don't get me wrong. You're talking about two totally different genre games here. But in comparing just the fact that we're talking about two indie developers, price points similar, but you get a much more bang for your buck out of Dave the Diver. I'm willing to bet you. Personally, I got a significant amount of game time out of that game, and I loved it, every second of it. Every day there was something new. Every day there was something new that blew me away that I wasn't expecting. It was a great game, funny, a lot of different, very cool mechanics in the game that you're having to do, like the fishing dungeon crawling thing, the restaurant simulation, farming stuff. There was a lot of stuff to it. Whereas with this, I mean, you're going to be basically watching a movie for 4 to 6 hours. And apparently it's not even all that good for the same price point. I mean, it's just to put things in perspective for you, right? A little bit rough, man. So now looking back on the opening night live stuff from yesterday and the Fort Solis dev up there, rah-rahing, only 2 years of development, and it's releasing today, and now everything we know about it's like, well, you probably should have taken about double that time to make this game into something decent, more than likely. Here we go. Let's hit these articles, man. Oh, dude, no doubt about it. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I mean, let's go ahead and talk about that real quick. So what we're playing tomorrow also, indie developer, Blasphemous 2, baby. So Blasphemous 2, a banger. It's going to be great. How much game time did I get out of the first one? How much game time did I get out of the first one? I'm guessing I'll probably get more out of this next one. I got about 30 hours out of the first game. 30 hours out of the first game. And I got the first game on sale. I didn't buy it when it first released. I got it on sale. Yeah, not sure when it released. It says 1 day and 3 hours. So it looks like for me, it's going to be right around 11 o'clock. Right around 11 o'clock. So you can also get 75% off Blasphemous and Blasphemous 2 pre-order. So you can get this entire, if you're interested in the game right now, there's like a big sale on Blasphemous 1, which is a game that I got 30 hours out of. You can get, and if you like Metroidvanias, I highly recommend. Very cool Gothic style art to it, and it's very much a Souls-like experience. It's got some difficult stuff. You've got to figure out your way through it. It's got a lot of secrets, things like that. I can tell you right now, this game taught me again how important it is to be going back numerous times to talk to NPCs. Re-engage with your NPCs numerous times. But you can get Blasphemous for $6.25 right now. You got 70. Yeah, dude, so Timway went back and actually You're very close to platinum, right? Very close is what we said. Yeah. Um, but there's like these games actually have new things that get added to the new game plus, which really does entice you to go back and it's got real good replayability in the games. I don't normally do a lot of new game plus stuff because if I get the gist of the, I beat a game, I'm kind of moving on to new stuff. It doesn't mean I'm not enticed by what it offers in the new game plus, but I'm kind of always trying to move on to new experiences and stuff. So you can definitely get more than like 30 hours out of the game if you like it enough and you're wanting to engage in some of that extra content that like the new game plus gives, right? To 100% complete the game, you need 4 playthroughs. Jesus. Yeah. So, I mean, they've definitely done a good job here of giving people a reason to replay as well. Aside from just enjoying the game as what it is in default, the new game plus stuff adds new things to the game for you to experience, which if you like the game enough and you're going to replay it anyways, new game plus adds even more to the game, which is really cool. So $6.24 for Blasphemous 1. Or getting all this stuff together. The deluxe editions, $11.50. You get like soundtrack, a comic, some other stuff in there. And then Blasphemous 2 is 10% off pre-purchase for $27. We'll be playing this tomorrow, baby. I can't wait. The Game Kitchen, developer, published by Team 17. Many people know Team 17 as a publisher. The Game Kitchen. They do Blasphemous 1 is so flipping good, which is why I have no real reservations about buying this game, pre-ordering this game, which I'll do today, and getting ready for it. It does look like probably around 11 o'clock tomorrow. I think that's right. Yeah, 1 day and just about 3 hours from now. So, yeah, 11 o'clock tomorrow morning. So we'll mess around. We'll play some kinds of games or something. Maybe a little bit more Fallout New Vegas until it releases. We'll probably have to, because I'll have to download it and install it and everything too. So on release. So probably around lunchtime we'll get it going. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, for real? Oh, so each new game plus run has a different challenge run. Gotcha. Nice, dude. Okay, cool. Yeah. So I'll link this for you guys. Hey, look at that guy right there. Look at that guy. There you go. But that's what we'll start playing tomorrow, probably midday. So the afternoon part of the stream will be Blasphemous 2. Morning will probably be just more Fallout New Vegas. But at least we'll get to be able to start Blasphemous 2, which will be really dope. By the way, Steam has Gamescom stuff up, man. If you guys are interested in a lot of stuff, probably stay away from that. We're going to hit on a lot of this other stuff, though, okay? Turok 3 is getting a 4K remaster. It will be the third of Night Dive Studios' Turok remasters. Night Dive just got bought by Atari, if I remember correctly, and they're the ones that just did the System Shock remake, okay? If you don't know who Night Dive is. So, retro remaster developer Night Dive Studios has announced that it will be releasing a remaster of Turok 3 Shadow of Oblivion. Night Dive previously released a remaster of the original Turok Dinosaur Hunter on PC in 2015, before also remastering its sequel Turok 2 Seeds of Evil in 2017. Both remasters were released on Xbox One in 2018, Switch in 2019, and PS4 in 2021. The Turok 3 remaster will release on all platforms simultaneously, launching on PS5, Xbox Series X and S, Switch, PS4, Xbox One, and PC on November 14th. According to Night Dive, the remaster will run through its proprietary KEX engine, which has been used for its previous remasters. It will result in the ability to play the game at up to 4K resolution and 120 frames per second, depending on the platform. It also features, quote, upgraded gameplay, high-res textures, enhanced lighting and rendering, and support for console gamepads with platform-specific features. Console-specific features include optional gyro motion controls for Switch and trophies achievements on Xbox, PlayStation, and Steam. Turok 3 has players choosing to play as either Joseph or Danielle, the siblings of the second game's protagonist, Joshua. After Joshua is killed, the selected character becomes the new Turok and has to save the universe from destruction by a monstrous entity called Oblivion. Each character has their own abilities. Danielle has a grappling hook and favors action, whereas Joseph has night vision goggles, meaning he's best suited 2 stealth players. Check it.
Oblivion has entered the time stream.
It's a lot of flashing, dude.
It has infested the bodies of the dead and dying.
God, I love these old games, dude.
Horrible mutations. Come with me.
Who are you?
I am Adon. One of you must take up the mantle.
I never got to play very much of the Turok
stone.
stuff, man.
One of you must become Turok.
I will bear the burden of my fathers. I will wield the light. Adon, what is this all about? None of this makes any sense.
Just watching this made me think of something. But, Tinwin, have you heard anything about more chapters of Cultic coming out, dude?
You ready?
Ready as I'll ever be.
They are Turok, as was their brother before them.
Still being developed, okay. Or do they? Okay, cool. Turok 3. Yeah, you see Atari, Night Dive, right? So just here, probably, what, it was a few months ago, dude, Atari bought Night Dive. Yeah, earlier this year, Night Dive was acquired by Atari for $10 million, half in cash, half in Atari shares. Atari will pay up to a further $10 million over the next 3 years based on Night Dive's future performance. Night Dive was founded in 2012 by former Sony online entertainment artists Steven and Alex Kick. After Steven bought an old copy of System Shock 2 and realized the 1999 game didn't work on his computer. Since its inception, the studio has specialized in remastering old games and making them playable again on modern systems with enhanced resolutions and frame rates. Recent Night Dive remasters have included Forsaken Remastered, Doom 64, Quake 2, Shadow Man Remastered, Power Slave Exhumed, and System Shock Enhanced Edition. Cool. So Turok 3 4K remastered coming, baby. Check this out, man. Interesting. The Atari 2600 Plus is a modern version of Atari's classic console, which plays original cartridges. The system will have HDMI support and will play most 2600 and 7800 carts. Interesting. Atari and Plyon have announced the Atari 2600 Plus, launching on November 17th at a price of $130 US, 120 euros, or 100 pounds. The Atari 2600 Plus, quote, has been created using modern technology to authentically replicate the original 4-switch Atari 2600 video game system, according to Plyon. The console will come with a classic Atari-style joystick and will be able to be played, to play the vast majority of original Atari 2600 and 7800 cartridges with a provided compatibility chart showing which games will work. According to the chart, all of the Atari 2600 games tested so far, only 3 don't work: Real Sports Boxing, Super Cobra, and the Texas Chainsaw Massacre. For those who don't have any original Atari 2600 games to hand, the console will also come with a completion cartridge containing the following 10 popular Atari 2600 games: Adventure, Combat, Dodge 'em, Haunted House, Maze Craze, Missile Command, Real Sports Volleyball, Surround Video Pinball, and Yar's Revenge. Nice. Atari will also sell a separate paddle controller for the console for $40 US, which will come with its own 4-in-1 game cartridge, including Breakout, Canyon Bomber, Night Driver, and Video Olympics. Additional standalone cartridge games, including Berserk Enhanced Edition and Mr. Run and Jump, dude, will be available for $30 US. Here, take a look at this. This is pretty dope, dude. Where's that Frogger at, though? You know what I mean? Let's go. Two-player action. That's pretty sick, dude. I'm glad they're doing this. Yeah, Mr. Run and Jump, dude. Nice. Very cool, very cool. In February, Atari started selling a limited edition 50th anniversary box set of physical Atari 2600 games for $1,000. The collection released as part of the ongoing Atari 50 celebrations. Contains 10 physical Atari 2600 games, each in new packaging. While the box set has yet to sell out, and while its cartridges would theoretically work on the Atari 2600 Plus, 4 of them are included in the 10-in-1 cart. Most players will likely prefer to hunt down pre-owned copies of the remaining cartridges for a much lower price. Yeah. Cool. Cool. Pretty nice segue there, dude, from Night Dive doing Turok 3 remaster into the Atari, since Atari bought them and everything. Not bad. There we go. Yo, I immediately wish listed this game yesterday during opening night live. Thank Goodness You're Here is a new game by publisher behind Untitled Goose Game. This game from Panic Incorporated actually has a title. If you enjoyed the waterfowl shenanigans of Untitled Goose Game, we've got some good news for you. The publisher behind the indie hit Panic has announced a new title, Thank Goodness You're Here. Revealed at Gamescom opening night live, the trailer is as quirky as you'd expect, showcasing a hand-drawn art style with all sorts of nonsense happening. A rapid-fire montage of scenes from the game shows a guy's pants falling down while looking at a sign that says normal milk, someone crowd surfing, a guy bouncing off someone's rear end, and just way too much else. You'll have to check out the trailer below for yourself to get an idea of what's going on. It will release next year on Switch, PS5, and PC. Yeah, here we go.
Come on down, Kill. What do you...
Peas. Not quite peas, not quite beans, but something special in between.
Give your wife the best. Give her Big Ron's big pie.
Yeah, this is going to be a play. I'm pretty sure this is going to be a play for us.
See the back of you, you wee melon head.
Yeah, dude. Here. Don't start that, dude. Don't start that. Panic also shared an official description for the game. After arriving early for a big meeting with the mayor of a bizarre northern English town, a traveling salesman takes the time to explore and meet the locals, who are all very eager to give him a series of increasingly odd jobs. Thank Goodness You're Here is a comedy slapformer, which unfolds over time as the player's exploration and antics leave their mark on the strange town of Barnsworth. With each completed odd job, new areas of the town open up, stranger and stranger tasks become available, and the clock ticks towards our salesman's big meeting. The town's colorful inhabitants are brought to life with vibrant hand-drawn animation, fully voiced dialogue, and wall-to-wall double entendres. While Panic is best known for Untitled Goose Game, the 2019 puzzle Stealth Breakout, which has the player stepping into the shoes of a goose to rain terror on the surrounding humans. Its other titles include 2016's Firewatch, and it's set to follow that up with newer Play With Your Food, which is expected to come out soon. And it has also announced slice of life soccer game Despelot. But Panic most certainly made an impression with Untitled Goose Game. Sold more than 1 million copies in its first year. Got an 8 out of 10 from IGN. Yeah. So, yeah, this one looks cool, man. I've already wishlisted this on my Steam account. I'm very excited. Looks very good. Let's do this. We'll end with the Microsoft stuff. Okay, so let's pull these to the end. We'll talk about that to end this. Let's go ahead and kick off the Gamescom. Summarize what we kind of watched yesterday, and then we've got a lot of stuff up. We might not need to hit on all of it as we look over the Gamescom stuff. So we're gonna kind of go back over everything we saw yesterday, and I've got a lot of stuff up. Kingdom Hearts 4, Cyberpunk, Liberty City stuff, Persona 3 Reload, Call of Duty, Mortal Kombat 1, Alan Wake, Lords of the Fallen. Let's put this back here. There's some League of Legends crap that happened last night. Riot servers went down, I think. And Texas Chainsaw Massacre stuff too. But we'll just see what else we need to hit after this, if any of it, after we kind of summarize what we already saw yesterday, okay? Gamescom Opening Night Live 2023, all the biggest announcements. So, yeah, Opening Night Live officially kicked off. Gamescom is still popping off over the next few days, by the way, bringing with it dozens of new trailers, deep dives into upcoming games. Like last year's event, the 2023 edition of Opening Night Live was once again focused specifically on games that have already been announced and will be released within the next 12 months. That doesn't mean that a few surprises weren't teased, as we got film director Zack Snyder to debut a new trailer for Star Wars Rebel Moon. Sorry. Funny enough, dude, I just found out this morning that apparently this was developed as pitched as something that was supposed to be something for the Star Wars universe. It's not now, but I literally called it yesterday. I was like, it's like Star Wars Rebel Moon. It looks like Star Wars stuff. A live action trailer for Starfield and an unexpected interruption from a stage crasher, unfortunately. Alan Wake 2 had a new trailer to show off ahead of its new release date of October 27th. Which we will be finishing up Scaretober with Alan Wake games. We'll play Alan Wake 1, and then we'll play Alan Wake 2 when it releases. Black Myth Wukong brought the Monkey King to Gamescom, and Mortal Kombat 1 painted the calmness red with a new look at its brutal brawling action. Opening Night Live was also a great showcase for games that might have escaped your attention, with plenty of fascinating new interactive titles. Some of the highlights include Thank Goodness You're Here from the Good Time Garden developer Coal Supper, Nightingale's early access date being confirmed, and a closer look at a playable faction in Stormgate. Fort Solis, a sci-fi horror adventure game with an impressive voice cast, was terrifying once again. And terrifying meaning that people have played it and it's incredibly bad, apparently. And Tekken 8 dropped a release date bombshell in the event. For more, you can check out the biggest announcements below of Gamescom Opening Night Live. Yeah, Starfield. With Starfield around the corner, Opening Night Live began with a celebration of the game. Starfield composer Anon Zur set the mood by appearing on stage to play one of the tracks from the game, and a new live-action trailer showed off a cosmic adventure, all to the tune of a very slow cover of Rocket Man. I was saying it would have been cool if he was wearing like an astronaut suit to play the piano in. That would have been sick. Probably difficult to do, but still would have been dope. We've also seen where, and shout out to Tinwin this morning, and Davey. Davey made me aware that apparently there's been some ruckus going around about somebody making a fuss about the starting screen of Starfield. What's his name, dude? Tinman, hook me up, dude. I can't remember right now. And apparently it's an ex-Blizzard dev, and I find it asinine. Yo, Peter, what's up, buddy? Apparently, there's been a ruckus going around. Somebody's starting to fuss about, well, if the start screen for Starfield looks this simple, then the rest of the game's probably going to suck too. And I'm like, Jesus. I mean, I feel like that's quite a reach, dude. I am absolutely fine with a pretty simplistic, nice, clean opening menu scene. Like that's okay for me. keeping things simple is absolutely okay. Things don't need to be overly complicated or complex to be nice. I like simple, man. That's okay. And you're reading into it too much if you think that that's going to be your indicator for what the rest of the game's going to be like. That's insane. Yeah, yeah. I don't know, man. Kind of wild, man. It seems like somebody just trying to throw shade for no reason, really. But we're only about a week away, little over a week, but what, 8-9 days away? Yeah, 9 days away, basically, from the early access release of Starfield. If you didn't know, this game is about 125 roughly gigabytes space on console. It's about 140 gigabyte space needed for PC. Make sure you got at least about probably 10 gigs of space over that requirement for download, unpacking, any kind of patches, things like that. But early access will start on the 1st of September. Official release date for the base game is the 6th, and it's coming quick. It's a heavy game. Needs a lot of VRAM. Like every game nowadays. Yeah. Black Myth Wukong. Yeah, we've seen a little bit more out of this here recently. This game got delayed a while back to 2024. After a lengthy period of operating under the radar, Black Myth Wukong returned at opening night live with a fresh slice of high-powered gameplay. Journey to the West with a Soulsborne influence, the new trailer showed off some fast and furious action as the Monkey King, Sun Wukong, took on some fearsome new foes. Yeah. Random mode. Oh, yeah, nice. Okay, Timwin, cool, dude. Yeah, let's check it out. Get your random modes in there, guys. Yo, that's you got me, dude. You got me, Tinwin. Let's chonk. Oh, Jesus. Nice, dude. That's what I'm talking about. It's addictive. Yeah, I assumed, dude, I really had no reservations. You guys know the way I address this kind of stuff, If I've had a good experience with a developer / publisher in the past, I don't have a whole lot of reservations about diving into a game day one or even a pre-order, if I'm really interested in a game. If they've proven to me that they're good in what they do historically, right? And that's what Blasphemous is for me. So I have no reservations about diving into this at all. Now, it doesn't mean that I couldn't end up getting bit in that process. There's always the potential for that. But they've shown me that they do good work, and I'm excited about that, man. So I was never really planning on not buying into this pre-order, which I'll grab this today and get it ready for us tomorrow. We won't really be able to start playing this probably until around lunchtime tomorrow. That's when it releases for us. So I'll have to download it, install it. So we'll start off tomorrow with some Fallout New Vegas, and then we'll switch over to playing Blasphemous 2 after that, okay? But really excited to get into this. Thanks, Tinwin. Appreciate it, man. That's awesome. Good stuff, dude. Little Nightmares 3. Developer Supermassive Games showed its first look at Little Nightmares 3, which adds cooperative gameplay mechanics for the first time to the series. There will still be 2 protagonists in this new Little Nightmares game, but this time you'll be able to embark on a creepy adventure on your own or with a friend. They actually have in the trailers in this one. Let me see this. Yeah. Okay, let's we're gonna go look at this one instead. Okay, so Starfield. Yep, Little Nightmares 3 is kind of where we're at right now. I'll show you guys the trailer for this. Before I get into this, I will say this. Little Nightmares 1 was an absolute banger. Little Nightmares 2 felt terrible to play. It played it last Scaretober, and it did not feel good. It was a mess, performance-wise. To the point of even quest items in the game that you need to progress not loading into the game constantly. It felt horrific to play that game on PC. And so I don't know what the deal was there between, you know, what they did with Little Nightmares 1 and Little Nightmares 2, but my hope here is that they get back to their roots, and I definitely will not. After what I mean, I came so close. I've not flushed many games. But I got really, really, really close to flushing Little Nightmares 2 because it felt so terrible to play, performance-wise. And felt like I had a lot of input loss, just things like that. It was not good. So my hope here is that they get back to what they did with Little Nightmares 1. These games are cool, but it's always really off-putting whenever you have to play through a game and it performs terribly, you know. And but this was the announcement trailer for Little Nightmares 3. And the co-op aspect of this could be really, really neat. You know, as soon as I saw this up to this point yesterday, it reminded me of the movie, was it 9? By Tim Burton. That's what it gave me vibes of. So next year, PC, PS4, PS5, Switch, and Xbox. Boom. There's the Black Myth Wukong too, if you guys didn't get to see this. This game looks sick. There's been a lot of hype around this game for a long time, man. Bum, biddy, bum, biddy, bum, biddy, bum. I mean, obviously the trend of emulating the Soulsborne games, you know what I mean? We've seen it be done very well. I mean, I'm talking outside of what From Software does. From Software is obviously very good at what they do. But the trend of copying what From Software does, you know, it can be done very well, or it can be done very poorly. We've seen both sides of it, for sure. Apparently we'll find out next year. Killing Floor 3 announcement. Yeah. So, grim and gruesome trailer for Killing Floor 3 depicted the creation of a biomechanical soldier, which transitioned into a brief flashes, of first-person shooting gameplay. Followed by a trailer for Age of Empires 4, which is now coming to Xbox consoles after being released on PC last year, and it is available now. Yeah, but here's the Killing Floor 3 trailer. If you missed this. Lobotomy. It's a pretty cool trailer. Even though it's not really gameplay or anything, you know. Oh, there's a little bit I forgot, yeah. Killing Floor 3. Again, like it said, Age of Empires 4 released last year on PC, and it's now on Xbox consoles, if you didn't know. Yeah, Rebel Moon is getting a video game adaptation. I don't really know what to think. I mean, I'll watch this and see what I think, but it's funny, like, watching the trailer for this. I'm not, because this is going to be Netflix, too. They're going to, like, DMCA this if I, like, show this. It always happens with Netflix crap. Or their copyright strike it or whatever on YouTube. So, this is just showing the Rebel Moon trailer probably and everything for the show. And it just looks like Star Wars with like a mashup of some other stuff. And funny enough, I didn't even know until this morning when we looked it up, but apparently Zack Snyder developed this Rebel Moon stuff to be part of the Star Wars universe, but Disney and Lucasfilms didn't bite on it. So it's not Star Wars, but it is Star Wars. It's not officially Star Wars, but it is Star Wars. I don't know. But apparently they've got games that are in development. We are kind of already knew. We've hit this in the news previously. And we'll find out what Super Evil Megacorp has coming for these adaptations soon enough, I'm sure. Crimson Desert gameplay trailer. All right. A gameplay montage for the South Korean developed Western fantasy-themed action RPG Crimson Desert was shown, depicting the wealth of things you'll be able to do in the game. It featured plenty of horseback exploration, sword fighting, and quest completion. Also mountain foraging, cat cuddling, fishing, instrument playing, and hot air balloon riding. Game is being developed by Pearl Abyss, who is responsible for MMORPG Black Desert Online. This actually looked pretty dope, dude. Yo. Why does this look terrible? There we go. That's better. Oh, dude. There's a sick. Check it out. You can like pick people up and slam them and stuff. There's another sick part where you yeet somebody into a group of other guys or whatever. It's pretty cool looking. Going on the left? Bro, I noticed this yesterday. Look at this. Hold on. I noticed this yesterday. Shut up. This one just sitting there with its mouth open the whole time. What is this? Watch. The one on the left just has its mouth open the whole time. What is that, bro? Ah, God. This is like... I think it's a sheep. Actually, it's sheep, not a goat, but my bad. Fishing? Yeah, boy. God, that looks insanely good, dude. Like all that, like traversing through that foliage and everything, that's insane. Yeah. This game looks insane, dude. Crimson Desert. That's a nice trailer, dude. It showed a lot of gameplay, too. Yeah. Crimson Desert, dude. Payday 3 Ice-T collaboration trailer. Payday 3's hitting right just a little bit less than a month from now, I think, yeah. And I'm really excited, dude. I loved Payday 2. Yeah, 21st of September, right? Tracer, what up, friendo? What's going on? So, Payday 3 is a bit of a hyped thing for me. I'm really excited about trying it out, seeing what's going on there, and what the way they've helped the game evolve, hopefully, since Payday 2. American rapper and actor Ice-T appeared in a pre-recorded clip to announce his involvement in the upcoming co-op heist game Payday 3, wherein he has his own mission for the team of heisters. The gameplay trailer followed. Releases, again, 21 September, right? So, if you didn't see this, here we go.
Okay,
what's up,
so
Tracer?
here's the deal.
What's going on?
The components are kept in high-security cooling containers somewhere in the storage yard. The clock starts ticking as soon as the components are out in the open, so you need to haul ass to get them to the transport. Take too long, and they'll start to degrade and lose value. Now, do what you need to do to get ready. I'll see you on the other side.
Look at that body count. Jesus. Oh god, dude, those guys come in all splinter celled, dude. Oh, they're so gross to deal with. All right, cool. Assassin's Creed Mirage Baghdad trailer. So, a new trailer for the upcoming AC Mirage was shown, depicting the city of Baghdad. Notably, the trailer was voiced entirely in Arabic, and the game will also feature a full Arabic audio track. If you didn't see it, here you go. And I know we watched all this yesterday, but some people might be hanging out, didn't get to watch Gamescom, and so getting to see a good gist of what was shown yesterday if they weren't able to attend or watch it themselves or hang out with us and watch it, whatever.
كنت أعرف دائما أنني سأعود يوما ما.
لقد عاد للتو من كنا في المتجر ولذا
قضيت الكثير من طفولتي في هذه الشوارع. لطالما كنت أستمتع بهذا المكان. كنا نتسلل إلى بيت الحكمة في صغرنا أنا وصديقتي نهال. ذكريات جميلة صارت كريهة الآن. قلبي يتألم لما حدث لهم.
Assassin's Creed 438.
وها أنا ذا مستتر يتهيأ لإعادة النور إلى أحلك أركان المدينة. إني أبعد نصلي عن الأبرياء وليس عن تنظيم القدماء. لننهي هذا الأمر.
There you go. Tekken 8 release date, trailer, and story mode, single player mode, and new characters. We already saw yesterday, we were kind of already made aware unofficially this game was going to have a January 2024 release date, but it did become official during opening night live last night. Tekken 8 director Katsuhiro Harada came on stage to debut a new game mode coming to the upcoming fighting game, a single player mode that attempts to mimic the arcade experience of old. This mode will feature custom chibi player avatars and incorporate some of the treasure mode features of past Tekken games, featuring the ability to dress up your fighters in ridiculous outfits for online battles. The new trailer also debuted a glimpse of the story mode of the game, which will continue the Mishima saga, and debuted several returning characters like Steve Fox and Yoshimitsu, baby, yeah. There will be 32 characters at launch. Finally, a release date was announced 26 January of 2024. Let's go. A lot of hype around new Tekken game. Just like there was a lot of hype about the new Street Fighter. And there's a lot of hype around Mortal Kombat 1.
Going somewhere?
Yes!
決めたから英語つけたらcomo son
짓밟아 주겠어.
es hora de entrar
Observa!
거들어 주지.
Heihachi Mishima is dead. أريد معرفة الحقيقة.
Let's go.
Nobody beats up on King.
Yoshimitsu Kento!
Yoshimitsu, nice dude.
Eat this.
What's done is done.
귀찮아.
Forgive me.
Get ready for the next battle.
January 26th. Pre-orders began yesterday. All right. Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3 extended gameplay demo. I'm not watching this, dude. I'll link this for you guys. You can watch it if you want. We had to sit through this, dude. How long is this?
Air directed.
10 minutes, yeah. Dude, it felt like forever yesterday watching this Modern Warfare 3 showcase, dude. And yeah, I mean, okay. It was I get it. Call of Duty is a very big title in the industry. A lot of people enjoy it, and cool. For everybody that doesn't really give a crap about Call of Duty, it was a trudge sitting through this, dude. But what we know about Call of Duty, okay? It's coming out on November 10th. October is going to have betas. The first beta is like the first weekend of October. It's going to be PlayStation exclusive. And then the following weekend after that is going to be open beta for the other platforms, okay? Also, a big new zombie mode and everything. It's going to have all the Modern Warfare 2 maps, all that stuff, right? So Sledgehammer took the stage to talk a bit about Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3, how the game's single-player mode will feature open combat missions, allowing players to approach objectives in their own way for the first time in the series. Previously, Call of Duty campaign missions have been quite linear. Gameplay video for the opening mission, Operation 627, was shown depicting the infiltration of a castle via the sea. Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3 will release on November 10th. I'll link it. You guys can watch it if you want, okay? I'll link this at the end of us getting through it. Nightingale release date trailer. Spicy. Victorian time-traveling survival game Nightingale debuted a new trailer, and announced an early access release date after being delayed last year. It'll release on 22 February of next year, okay? This game, I think the premise around this game is very interesting, and it could be very good. I also have reservations about the them being able to incorporate it in a way that makes it a great game, you know, and we'll see what happens. But take a look, see what you think if you're not familiar with what the game is.
The Feywilds await, and so too Nightingale. Awaken your first portal.
I'm gonna grab some coffee. I'll be right back.
That which is boundless, beyond the measurable. Sequestered, struck by woe and lacking supplies, the question becomes, wilt thou be a survivor? Regardless of which portal variety you favor, realm cards will be necessary. Let my words steer your steps.
All right, apologies. So that was Nightingale, okay? Grand Blue Fantasy Relink release date trailer. So a trailer for the upcoming Grand Blue Fantasy character action game was shown. Releasing on 1 February of 2024. They don't have a trailer here for it. Zenless Zone Zero new gameplay trailer. We've already seen this previously. But they showed us a little bit more yesterday. It's got like almost like a Persona art style vibe to it. Xinyu Li of Hoyoverse then took the stage to speak about the company's newest game following Genshin Impact and Honkai Star Rail called Zenless Zone Zero. It's an urban-themed RPG that seems very heavily influenced by the Persona series. Yeah, a stylish new trailer showed off some of the environments, characters, and mini games you'll be able to play. Then showed off a very brief look at the stylish and impactful-looking character action combat. PS5 technical test for Honkai Star Rail was then announced beginning 22 August. So here's the Zenless Zone Zero game that's coming to us. When did they say? I don't know. We'll see if it says in the trailer here. Banger of a song, dude. All right. So, yeah, funny enough, I mean, we kind of talked about this a little bit yesterday. Timwin and I were Lords of the Fallen new story trailer. Lords of the Fallen, right? So, if you're not aware of what this is, so here's the link, right? So to the Steam page. Now, this game is actually like, check this out. Dude, do they not have here? What was the name of the original game? Hold on. Let's see this. Was it not of the same name? Yeah, that's what I thought it was. Yeah, this is the image of the original, right? So, it was originally released in 2014, and this is like, is this just a straight up remake? Is that what this is? Entirely? So this is the original Lords of the Fallen, which I own. I haven't played it, but I own it. Right? So this is it's apparently supposed to be sequel. Development of a sequel, Lords of the Fallen 2, was confirmed in December 2014, which was originally set to be released in 2017. CI Games took on development duties for the sequel in 2018 and entered a partnership with independent Defiant Studios. In April of 2020, CI Games announced it had removed Defiant and replaced them with Hexworks. A newly created subsidiary of CI Games. The game was re-revealed at Gamescom 2022 under the title The Lords of the Fallen, and is scheduled to release for Microsoft Windows, PS5, and Xbox Series X and S on 13 October. The game was renamed to Lords of the Fallen at the March 2023 State of Unreal Showcase. So this is apparently supposed to be the sequel, but it's the same exact name of the original. It's so confusing, dude. Why would they do that? Is that what it is? Okay, so while styled as a reboot, the game is a sequel to the original in terms of story, will be set over 1,000 years after the original game. Even though it's got the same exact name, which is really, really weird. I don't know why they would decide to do that, but just so that way we're fully educated on exactly what this is, because that is really confusing. As you can see, Lords of the Fallen is the name of the new one coming out, and it is also the same exact name of the one that came out in 2014. So that's bound to lead people to be a little bit confused about what that actually means. And apparently this is not a remake of the 2014 game. It is, in fact, a entirely different story and setting, set 1,000 years later. So that is what we should be expecting here, okay? The new Souls-like title from CI Games, Lords of the Fallen, debuted with a brief trailer teasing the story. All right, here we go.
You never possessed the metal for this, Crusader. You failed.
and me evil. A tyrant.
The game looks dope, man.
And yet I offer you something they will not. A choice.
Hello again, deathless one.
After all the time mankind have had to shape their own destiny, see what they have made of it. War, greed, hatred, suffering, chaos. Now you will know darkness, brother.
We've seen like an entire 18-minute gameplay of this already, and it looks very good.
You are in the presence of a god human. Kneel before me and beg for forgiveness. And remember, you look into the shadows, might be the shadows look back.
If this turns out to be pretty decent, this might be what I play after we finish Baldur's Gate 3. We'll see though. We'll see. Sonic Superstars multiplayer trailer. Trailer for the upcoming 2D Sonic game was then shown, sharing glimpses at its cooperative gameplay. The title also features plenty of minigames too. Yeah, this looks pretty cool. Gotta go fast, mama. Sonic's turning into Ricky Bobby, dude. Alright. October 17th. Alright. Sega. Sonic Superstars arriving 17 October. Alright. Sonic Frontiers, then, the Final Horizon update trailer. Very brief trailer. Sonic Frontiers announced an upcoming update to the game that will add new story characters and challenges. Free update will be available on 28 September. Super Saiyan Sonic. Kami. Sorry. The first Descendant. This looks pretty dope too, in my opinion. I do understand, like, you know, these genres. It's hard to get excited about. You know, a lot of these games tend to mesh together in your minds. First-person shooters, third-person shooters, things like that. You know, even, you know, third-person action RPGs, things like that. I mean, they tend to emulate one another, so it can get a bit rough discerning one from another. sometimes they tend to copy each other too closely and stuff like that. So I understand that. But this looked pretty solid to me, actually. Third-person looter shooter from Nexon, the first Descendant, then debuted a flashy new trailer showing off a variety of its characters and giant boss encounters. Open beta for the game will be held 19 through 25 September of this year, all right?
We must follow the will of the ancestors. Accept your calling, Descendant.
The Descendants are risking their lives for us, for Albion. Rise, my warriors! Give your lives for Clippo!
Oh, I like that guy.
It's the Ironheart! This could wipe out all of the Vulgus, right? That's so cool!
Dude, that helmet is so dope. Those rabbit ears, dude, that's sick.
Despite their efforts, humanity is still at risk of extinction. And you are the only chance we have.
Jerry? Get her, Jerry! Fallout New Vegas. Fallout New Vegas, probably finishing up, more than likely, the Big Mountain DLC today. And we'll do a little bit of Fallout New Vegas tomorrow while we wait for Blasphemous 2 to release, man. What's up, Jerry? How you been? Get her, Jerry!
There's a grave walker.
I'm good. Good, man. Yeah, it's good to see you. Crossplay open beta September 19th to 25th. Come on, man. tfd.nexon.com. So, tfd.nexon.com. Here, I'll pull that up for you guys and I'll link it to you real quick. If you're interested in trying to get in on this first Descendant crossplay open beta, this is the site, dude. This is the site. There you go. All right. Noise, noise, noise. All right, Under the Waves launch trailer. New trailer for Under the Waves, a narrative game being published by Quantic Dream, was shown to depict some of the stakes for its central protagonist, who is spending some time alone in the underwater base. Jerry, what have you been playing here lately, buddy?
Hi.
Huh?
How's Surface World?
Good. Everything's fine.
Great.
How are you?
Tired, but in a good way. Busy. Unitrench is still Unitrench.
I'm worried about you. I heard there was a storm coming.
I told you, I still need time.
Time to what, Stan? Because as far as I can see, you're just treading water.
We're upping the extraction rate. Maximum
What are you doing
output.
today, man?
I don't expect you to understand.
You're not the only one
What's
who's
up in
suffering.
the world of Jerry
I need
the
you
Duck,
with me
dude?
here, now.
I will be. I promise.
Cool. Fort Solis launch trailer. Look, I'll just tell you this right now. I'm not going to watch this. I actually had this on our schedule as a potential Scaretober play, but apparently this game's pretty bad. It released yesterday. It's looking pretty rough, guys. You do you. Go take a look at it. We already took a pretty in-depth look at it this morning, and consensus is it's not great. So be careful with this one. Expeditions and Mudrunner game debut trailer. A new automotive challenge game from the developers of SnowRunner and Mudrunners was announced, which involves the tricky world of off-road exploration. It appears that the journeys will be a bit more involved this time around, with several tools to help drive through the rough environments. It's a little bit wild looking, man.
Behind all great discoveries lies a journey. One of anticipation and adaptation. Of struggle. Of hope.
Oh, cool, man. Cool, man. Nice. Yeah, our buddy Tabo just finished up Subnautica and Below Zero, man. And just
for every obstacle, there's a solution.
So hyped about the third one being in development right now. Apparently, they're talking about co-op being a part of it and everything. I haven't looked too deep into it, but I was talking about it yesterday. We were going to be playing Subnautica this November and December, but that's gotten replaced with Baldur's Gate 3 at this point.
For every destination, an expedition.
Minecraft VR is pretty dope, though. There you go. Crew Motorfest launch trailer. New trailer for the Crew Motorfest was shown with an announcement of a free trial for the game featuring 5 hours of gameplay occurring from 14 to 17 September. Excuse me. There you go. Yeah, that's what I haven't really looked into it yet, but that's what our buddy Tabo was telling us yesterday, was that the next Subnautica coming out is they're talking about having co-op in it. Yeah. Now, if you didn't know, the company that makes Subnautica got purchased back in 2021 by the developer that develops PUBG and everything, right? Bar game, 10 win. I was wondering if you were going to say that. Baby Dragon. Doo-doo, doo-doo. Yo, what's up, Baby Dragon? Yeah, cool, Jerry. Yeah, nice. I mean, the hope there is that, the process that... Who's the developer behind Subnautica? Well, I mean, time will tell, buddy. Time will tell. Here, let me get that off. Sorry. So... What's their name? I can't ever remember it for the life of me, dude. I don't know why. Unknown Worlds. Yeah, so Unknown Worlds, they're the developer behind Subnautica, right? And now being a subsidiary of another company, it just kind of depends on how they're being managed. Or is their parent company going to let them continue to do their thing as they've always done, or is their parent company going to be like messing with their process, right? You would hope it would be the former rather than the latter, because obviously Unknown has been good at what they do, right? And they don't necessarily need somebody messing with their process, but we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. So yeah, back in 2021, here, I'll just show you. Unknown Worlds. I missed the R there. Unknown Worlds. So they are now owned by Krafton, which started in 2021. You can see it right here. 2021, Krafton, which is the same company that develops like PUBG and stuff like that. They got bought by Krafton. and it just depends on how they are managed, right? So we'll see what happens, dude. Time will tell. Time will tell. Hopefully, I mean, there's no reason, in my opinion, that Crafton needs to be messing with their process too much. You know what I mean? Lupus, what's up, buddy? How you doing? What's up, friendo? Enjoying some coffee before the kids get up? Yo, I'm enjoying coffee like normally half the day, so I feel you. Right on, baby dragon. Cherry. Yeah, dude, yeah. I know I've been wanting to play the Subnauticas for a while, and they were on the schedule for the end of the year, and then they got taken over by Baldur's Gate, so I'll get to them at some point. That was the Crew Motorfest. Cyberpunk 2077 Phantom Liberty New Ways to Play trailer. New trailer for the long-awaited Cyberpunk 2077 expansion shared a look at all the new features coming to the game alongside the new story, which features Idris Elba, along with the things shown were new weapons, new vehicles, including new vehicular combat system, which I have, from what I understand, this was one of the things lacking in the game, was like the vehicle systems and stuff. The overhauled cyberware system and some of the game's new perks in action. CD Projekt Red announced that many of these features would also be implemented into the base game in a 2.0 update for free, which is important. And good on them. Good on them. Here you go. Gabs, what up? Yeah, I know, Lupus. Yeah, dude, I've been wanting to. I own both of them. I own Subnautica. I own Below Zero. I've been wanting to get them into the schedule for a long time. And I just got to find time to play them, dude. You know? Yeah.
You know what to do.
Gabs, we are recapping the Gamescom opening night live stuff we watched yesterday in stream. So we're just recapping all of it right now. It's a long news segment today because of it. That's okay. I knew it would be. What are you doing, Gabs?
Damn. Green view.
Yeah.
Stretch. Getting a ripper to overclock.
Right, yeah. Kind of grasped that. Yeah, you were telling me about that yesterday too. Yeah. Which is good. It's good.
I'm ready.
Good on them.
Get this show on the road.
Redesigned perks. Oh, for real? You were just enjoying the single life, were you? That chilling at grandma's by yourself thing? That's cool. The solo life. Oh, I'd forgotten. You told me about that, T. I'd forgotten about that, Timlin. Wait. But dude, didn't we talk about the fact that
closing the gig and sending you a little bonus? Something that
weren't they trying to get people to like make music, but then like CDPR was gonna own the rights to that music? Isn't that what the process was?
Got a net runner cinch here.
Like your own apartment? Wasn't there some kind of shenanigans going on with that? Or am I misremembering? Was that maybe a different game? It seems like it was this, dude.
Nancy, police, for fuck's sake.
Your actions are illegal.
Let me put it this way. No gun, no fun. Max tech. Time to tilt out.
Yeah.
Fuck. That was close.
Bravo, V. I only hope this won't mark the end of our
I wonder how most of the artists probably are okay with that, just because of the publicity they would get off of it, recognition and everything. Yeah, more than likely. It looks good. It does. Yep. Stormgate Infernal Host trailer. I'm sure I would be terrible at volleyball too, Gabs. Yeah. Infernal Host first look, Stormgate. So this is from the X. Isn't Stormgate the X Blizzard devs game? Is that correct? I think so, right? Pretty sure, right? Stormgate. This is like that RTS game. Yeah. Right. Frost Giant. Yep. This is it. I'll link this for you guys if you want. So these are ex Blizzard devs, and it's an RTS game, and there's a decent amount of hype around this. Yeah, for sure, Timwin. Yeah, no doubt. Yeah. So Stormgate is spiritual successor to classic RTS games like Warcraft and StarCraft, developed by many former Blizzard Entertainment employees. Debuted one of its new faction. Faction seems to be influenced by the Zerg of StarCraft, as it features monstrous creatures. Here we go.
Stormgate is a spiritual successor
Ex-Blizzard,
to
agreed.
real-time strategy games like Warcraft.
As long as they didn't take that Blizzard mentality with them, you know what I'm saying?
Stormgate will feature highly asymmetric armies fighting for control of Earth's future.
Yeah, Lupus.
Today we have an early look at our second faction, the Infernal Host. Infernals live and die by the code of victory at any cost. They have a powerful advantage, Shroud, fields of dark magic that strengthen their armies. The lowliest Infernal units are the Worker Imps. You might think they're cute, but don't get too close. Between these powerful lumbering brutes and the fiends that they unleash, Infernals will sacrifice everything, including themselves, to emerge victorious.
Sorry.
On the music front, the Chainsmokers are advising us on our soundtrack. We're working with composers like Frank Klepacki of Command & Conquer. We'll share more later this year.
He's slapping the bass.
Friends we brought in to lend their voices to our co-op campaign.
All must serve.
Yeah, we've known about this for a little bit now, and you know, there are a lot of people that are hyped about it. Especially because, you know, obviously Blizzard is recognized as such an iconic developer for, you know, RTS games, being like StarCraft and Warcraft and stuff, and having these individuals come out of Blizzard, hopefully doing something good, but on the same level, and it not being Blizzard, you know, it's something I think intriguing for people and hopefully good. So we'll see what happens. The Last Epoch Rune Master trailer isn't a representative from the action RPG The Last Epoch took the stage to announce a new character class in the game, the Rune Master. Last Epoch. I know this one, dude, but yeah. This game is I've wanted to try this out. I've never had the chance to really dive in here, but this looks like it could be a pretty solid. It's been early access since 2019. I think it's evolved quite well. It's pretty nicely reviewed. It always has been. I don't think it's necessarily going to be on the same level as something that you're going to get with something like maybe Grinding Gear Games in Path of Exile, but it's still supposed to be a pretty solid like action RPG, you know. So if you're not aware of this, here I'll link this to you, and then we'll watch this trailer, okay? Dude, me either, Lupus. Absolutely not. Yeah, I mean, I've got a stance where I don't even play Blizzard games anymore, and it was one of my favorite developers growing up. You know, just something I don't care to support. It's a company I don't care to support anymore.
What if we, the players, could band together to make the next great ARPG?
So I agree with you there, buddy.
Lots of character classes to choose from. Every single skill would have its own build-defining skill tree. Reaching in-game would be just the beginning, and it would be updated for years so we could play forever.
Last Epoch makes
so, I mean, obviously, what you'll see here is, you know,
rewarding.
If you're familiar with anything like Diablo, or you're familiar with something like Path of Exile,
again, it's genius,
right?
I think this is the most
if
innovation
you like
we've
those
seen
games, this
in
might
a
be
trade
worth a
system
check out.
in an ARPG in at least a decade.
Again, I mean, it's playable now. Oh, well, I mean, they do a lot more than RTS, that's for sure. But yeah. I mean, I grew up with, playing Warcraft, StarCraft, and then into the Diablo series. Diablo 1, Diablo 2 is like my second favorite game of all time. All that stuff. But it was like around the Diablo 3 time where I really started to see them trending downwards, and it hasn't gotten any better. So I've gotten to a point where I'm like, I don't really care for Blizzard anymore. The numbers. Yeah, I don't know, man. Usually in a lot of these games, it's something you can turn on and off, and sometimes in the trailers like this, they'll turn them off to not make the screen be too like polluted with stuff. You know what I mean? Oh, yo, cool, yo, nice, dude, sick, man. Yeah, give me that, dude. Yeah, we'll talk about that real quick. Thanks, Tinwin. So as far as numbers go, it's usually in a lot of these like action RPG, action MMO RPG games and stuff. It's something you can turn on and off as part of your like overlay and everything. And a lot of times for the trailers, they'll turn it off. That way it's taking as much off of the screen as possible for you to just enjoy what the base of the game action is and stuff. So it's probably something you can have on, more than likely. Marvel Snap PC version launch and new cinematic trailer, but I don't know that for a fact either. It's something you'd have to look into, right, Lupus? Yeah, for sure. Let's see here. Ben Brode, is it Brode or Brody? Second Dinner took the stage briefly to very excitedly announce the launch of a revamped version of an excellent card game, Marvel Snap, for PC on Steam. This game has been doing very, very well just on mobile. No. So it's like a digital trading card game, right? Yeah. So previously, this version was essentially running an emulated version of the mobile app. The announcement came hand in hand with a new cinematic trailer. But a lot of people have really enjoyed what this game is so far as a new digital trading card game. I mean, unless they're specifically developed for, like, if you take into consideration something like Genshin, right? Which I don't think that's what you're referring to. I know what you're saying, Timmy. Something like Genshin, something very, very niche, and you don't see that very often, where it was developed specifically for mobile as well as PC as well as consoles, right? So that's a very, very well-developed game if you've never seen or experienced it or anything. But yeah, I know what you're talking about too, dude. Yeah. Armored Core 6. Let this game be good. Right, exactly, dude. Yeah, I know what you meant. Yeah. I know, dude. I know. Yeah. I mean, and I'll just preface this. Yeah, you're good, Gabs. No worries. I'll preface this with the fact that, like, I got bit by From Software with the release of Elden Ring. It didn't feel good on PC to me, and therefore I won't be playing this on release. But I love mech games, and I do enjoy From Software games. I think they're one of the more elite developers out there in the industry. But it only takes me getting bit once for me to get hesitant about what a developer or / publisher does, and therefore I will be holding off on Armored Core 6 Fires of Rubicon until I know whether or not the PC version of this game is decent performance-wise. So I don't have any real reservations about what this game is going to include content-wise. I am just a bit worried about performance, because normally what they do From Software is traditionally a company that focuses on developing and optimizing their games for console, and they don't have a great concern for the PC versions of their games at launch. So, yeah, exactly, Tinwin. I mean, that's where I am with this developer, as opposed to something like Blasphemous 2, which is coming out tomorrow, and I'm going to pre-order it because I'm comfortable with that, right? I'm not comfortable with From Software on pre-purchase or release anymore. So I'll give it a few days. I'll see what people are saying. If it seems like it's performing very well on PC, I'll probably buy it and I'll probably play it. It does sound so anime. Yeah, it does. And it looks good. I mean, everything I've seen from it so far looks very good. We'll watch it in just a moment. But that's one of those things for me that, I like From Software. I think they're a great developer. But they bit me, dude, with Elden Ring. It didn't feel real good, the performance of that game. And it was fairly obvious that game, Elden Ring, was quite developed for console through menus and things like that. Very bad key binding on PC, things of that nature. And so for me now, From Software is a company where I'll wait and see how their PC releases go before I buy into it. That is true, Timwin. That is true, dude. Let's see what they got.
Where there's coral, there's blood. That's how it's always been, 621.
Oh god, I love mechs, dude. I love mech games. I want a mech that looks like a spider, dude. That's what I want. Just give me a mech that looks like a spider. I need that lipstick too, It's gotta look dope. It's gotta look dope, dude. Can't just be powerful, dude. I'll sacrifice a little bit of power to be looking real gnarly too. There are those. Last I checked, sick, dude. Let's go. I mean, to me, the game, everything I've seen so far seems great. I just need to know that it's going to be optimized for PC before I buy it. Tentacle? Mecha tentacle? Oh, dude, that'd be sick. Let me have spider legs, tentacle, like laser arms. You know what I mean? Bro, it's like my ideal mech, dude. Oh, yeah, Timwin, for sure. I agree, dude. Yeah, no doubt, dude. So, I mean, I've got high hopes for this one. I love mech games, dude. Ever since I saw this initially, I was really excited about this. I hope it's very good. I do. Warhaven new trailer. New trailer for Nexon's medieval action game Warhaven followed. So let's take a look at this.
Memories form like scars. Cut deep enough. And they'll never fade. Or
is it Nexon or is it Nacon, which is in the battle right now with, is it Iron Galaxy, or is Iron Galaxy the one that's making the sorry, that's making Dark and Darker. I can't remember. I always get it mixed up if it's Nacon or Nexon. Oof, that's a big boy sword right there. I don't know about that. I don't know about the pay-to-win thing. What I do know is that they basically received a cease and desist. They got raided by
until I stand in the land of salvation.
Like government officials and stuff, because they've been each city in Starfield can have different laws. Oh, that's kind of cool, dude. Well, I mean, look, I mean, I feel like if there aren't very many companies out there that have the capacity to do that, FromSoft would be one of them. I think Tinwin, yeah, yeah. I honestly, I really don't see anybody being able to knock off. And look, we still got time right now. I don't see anybody being able to knock off Larian with Baldur's Gate or Nintendo with Tears of the Kingdom. I think those are going to be the two that it comes down to at the end of the year. I could be wrong, but I think that's really what it's going to be. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I knew what you were getting at, but that's kind of wild, Alunico. That's neat, dude. That's neat. I actually hope it does. I actually hope Baldur's Gate 3 does. And, you know, I'll have a better idea of how I feel about it after I play it starting in November, you know. The Dark and Darker thing. So check this out. Dark and Darker is being made. Is it Iron Galaxy? Or Iron Mace? Something like that. It's Iron Mace. Iron Mace is the developer, right? But there's a real weird situation going on here with Dark and Darker right now, where they've been accused by either Nacon, or is it Nexon? Oh, it got dismissed, dude, 5 days ago. Yo, we need to talk about this. We're going to pull this up and talk about this morning. It's a long flipping news segment today, guys, but it just is what it is. So we'll talk about this in a second. But this is, I hadn't seen this yet. So it was with Nexon. Iron Mace, who makes Dark and Darker, they have a lot of their employees, right? So basically what it comes down to, a lot of the core of their employees that left Nexon to go start Iron Mace. And they were accused by Nexon of using a bunch of the assets of games that they had been working on while they were still employed at Nexon to create Dark and Darker. So, dude, they got like cease and desist orders. They had like all kinds of litigation and stuff that were being placed against them. They got like raided by officials. Taking all kinds of like data and documents and stuff. They had to basically like shut down their beta access for Dark and Darker. There was all kinds of wild stuff that was happening, man. It was really, really crazy there for a bit. But apparently it got dismissed, dude, and I didn't hear about that, so we'll read about that this morning. All right. They got sued by Valve. Who got sued by Valve? Oh, you mean no, I think what you're probably talking about is like Valve had to basically got involved because Dark and Darker was being hosted through Valve. Yeah, I think you're not far off though. Dark and Darker was being hosted through Steam, right? It was being hosted through Steam, right? That's where like a lot of beta access and stuff was happening, right? So because of what was happening with Nexon in their litigation process and the cease and desist orders and stuff, I'm pretty sure Valve got one as well that was like, you have to take this game off of your servers. And so Valve had to go ahead and do that while they waited on this like litigation process or this lawsuit to like finalize or for them to get to the core of what was going to happen in this process. So I think that's you're not probably far off, Lupus. I think that's what it had to do with, though. It was more Nexon made it to where Valve had to take Dark and Darker off of Steam, but that's basically what it was. It was like a chain and the link of all this craziness that was going on. Okay, so Mortal Kombat 1 new gameplay trailer. Get ready for the gore, baby, all right? Mortal Kombat series creator Ed Boon then took the stage to debut a new gameplay trailer for Mortal Kombat 1. The trailer gave a closer look at the story mode and reintroduced series villains Shao Kahn and Sindel as playable characters. We also got a look at the reintroduced Raiden, who is now a mere human. Stupid humans. I'm kidding. Rather than a thunder god, the centaur Mataro and the elderly Shujinko were also announced to return as cameo characters who can assist the playable characters with call-in attacks. Get ready. It's gory. Read about Denuvo. The latest thing I saw about Denuvo, Tinwin, was that they're trying to like prove that Denuvo doesn't
there are outworlders who would prefer
hurt
us
games.
to be at war. General
What's this, dude?
Victor of the Tavarian War.
Here, I'll see it in a second. Hold on. Sorry, guys.
All of Outworld is grateful for his service.
Oh, is it really? Come with a Switch. Yay! Interesting. Thanks, man. Yeah, we'll pull it up. We'll talk about it.
Better that than be Liu Kang's
Did not your illustrious father teach you that war
Yeah,
is
dude,
the
great.
last resort?
Fantastic.
Do not forget that, General.
Oh, nice. Nice. Combo break. Sorry, wrong game.
We gather once again to honor my late husband's legacy, to continue the tournament that he founded with Lord Liu Kang.
Empress Sindel,
Let us meet your champion.
Earthrealm's
Dude,
champion.
Evo's gonna be insane next year. It was big hype this year just because of Street Fighter 6 being there. Next year is gonna have new Mortal Kombat, new Tekken.
He has earned his place by embodying the very best qualities of Earthrealm's people.
Yeah, I find it weird they're calling it Mortal Kombat 1.
Whom shall I face?
Like, what's the next one gonna be? Mortal Kombat 2? Bro, we've already got Mortal Kombat 2. And to be fair, we've already got Mortal Kombat 1. It's just called Mortal Kombat. I don't understand why they didn't just get a little bit more creative with it, you know? It's weird.
will taste no victory. Oh, this is gnarly, dude. Oh, God. Yeah, I mean, that's what every piece of entertainment, dude, whether it be games or movies or shows, whatever, it's all about the multiverse and time travel, and, you know, it's like
Who's your queen?
everybody's doing it, you know? Mortal Kombat 1 again? 1, 2? Homelander, dude. I am so glad that Homelander's going to be in this game. He so deserves to be. That's crazy. Yo, I put a link in chat just a second ago. There's this entire, like, lineup of like celebrity Mortal Kombat roster for Mortal Kombat 1, and it's hilarious. I did like we pulled it up, so I just made like a little short YouTube reaction vid that I posted, and it's pretty good, man. I just posted it there in chat if you guys want to take a look. But it's funny, dude. It's got like Biden in there. It's got like Oprah and LeBron James and dude, I mean, you name. There's all kinds of celebrities in there, and we watched through all of it. It's pretty cool. If you guys want to check it out, it's linked right there in chat. Yeah, I mean, it's dude, everybody's doing it. I agree. It's getting really old to me too. Our History Untold gameplay trailer as well. A trailer for the alternate history 4X and city building game from Xbox Game Studios and Oxide Games. Ara History Untold was then shown, depicting its flow of gameplay through the ages. It's coming next year, by the way. There you go.
Let's go back to the beginning.
Is that Quidditch?
There.
I think that was a Quidditch
the
stadium,
world
dude.
Untouched. No thrones ascended. No history yet written. Just people waiting to be led somewhere extraordinary by you.
SimCity with a hint of AoE. Yeah, that's what I thought too when I first saw it. I was like, dude, it looks like SimCity almost. Yeah, that's what I thought
too. Will you inspire?
Tinwin actually likes a lot of these games. Tinwin, does this look interesting to you, man? Tinwin's big into the 4X stuff, or at least decently into the 4X stuff.
However you choose to change the world, one thing is certain. History will never be the same.
City builders, but only if they're chill. So, are you planning on playing, what's the new one coming? The second, Jesus, why am I blanking the name of that game? I always want to call everything SimCity. Couldn't get into Frostpunk. Yeah, just a little bit too gnarly. Yeah, I need to play Frostpunk actually. It's a very highly rated game, but I understand what you're saying about the chill aspect of it. So, oh Jesus, why can't I think of the name of that game, dude? Not Sim. Jesus, I'm tripping, dude. I have it. I think it's my playthrough complete, isn't it? I can't remember the name of it for the life of me. I can't even remember the name of it. It's a city building game, dude. It's like one of the most prominent ones out there, dude. Oh, City Skylines, dude. Jesus. City Skylines. So, do you play City Skylines, or have you? I'm guessing you probably have. Diablo 4 Season of the Blood announcement trailer. So, even though Diablo 4's much criticized first season is still underway, the company debuted a trailer for the next season of the game called The Season of Blood, which will feature actress Gemma Chan, Crazy Rich Asians, The Eternals, who plays a vampire hunter called Eris in the new quest line. Characters will also get new vampiric powers and also hunt vampires. There are a lot of vampires. This season, Season 2, Season of the Blood, will debut on 17 October. Never touched that. Too many mixed reviews for City Skylines. Yeah. The next one's coming out before too long.
No one
the thing that always threw me off is it's one of those games where it's like so much DLC, dude. I mean, you're talking, you're going to spend an insane amount of money if you want to experience everything that game has to offer. It's an insane amount of money. It's crazy.
Like the bodies. The desperate and the brave.
I played the base game for a few days just to check it out and stuff.
But they were too late.
Yeah, a lot of if you've looked at any kind of reviews here recently over about the past month to 2 months on Steam, there's so many reviews being submitted that are like for games that have been released. It's like, thank God I had something to play other than Diablo Season 1.
I have fought this plague a long time.
They're all those reviews are all over Steam right now, dude.
A survivor with all of their strengths and none of our weaknesses. Someone unexpected.
Nice, Gabs. All right, cool, man. Sick.
And they'll never see you coming.
Fine.
Track them. Hunt them. Kill them.
To be fair, vampire stuff sounds dope.
In the realm of darkness, we are the beacon of light. Let our stakes pierce through the hearts of the damned. For tonight, we hunt.
PlayStation Portal info. I haven't seen anything on it. Cash, you got a link, dude? What's up, buddy? I haven't seen anything on it. Man, I didn't come across anything for PlayStation Portal in the news, dude. We're still just rehashing all the Gamescom stuff from yesterday. Yeah, so Diablo 4, which will be Season 2, Season of the Blood, debuts on 17 October, guys. Dustborn reveal trailer. Trailer for an intriguing look contemporary road trip narrative action game called Dustborn was then shown, being published by Quantic Dream and being developed by Red Thread Games. Coming sometime next year. Here you go. Is this
in
bro?
A world
Hold on, guys.
divided by disinformation, where danger lurks around every turn.
That's Project Q, right? Yep. Yep. Thanks, man. Nice. I expected it to be somewhere between $200 and $300, and it's hitting on the low side of that. Still gross, really, if you ask me. We'll talk about it. We'll talk about it. If you guys give me your input on it too, you know what I mean?
They're true.
Please tell me you're done.
Oh, we're just getting started,
It's
dude.
not. It's not though.
I believe the kids call it
Yo,
K-pop
Gabs.
music.
I mean, I need to read about it.
K-pop.
Everything that I know about
Leave
what
my
that
music
is,
alone. Shut the hell up.
it's a remote access device. It's not
Words
a true
have
handheld.
Power. They can give you strength. Ready
Is
for
it?
this?
It's not a true handheld.
Still.
It's just a remote access device.
Words can bring people together and tear them apart. But if words hold so much power,
Oh
he
yeah,
has no
okay.
respect for you. She's right.
Wait, but the Wii wasn't the Wii U?
The question is,
Nah, I didn't really mess
what
with the
do
Wii U
you
much.
have
dude.
to say?
I think we can all
Is that all the Wii U
agree that
was?
my trailer
Was
voice
just remote
was
access?
better than yours.
Is that all it was? Bit of Penny Arcade. I'm not familiar with Penny Arcade. Yeah, Gabs. Enjoy RDR2. Only able to play on the handheld in the same location. Okay, yeah, okay, cool, Cash. Yeah, okay. I thought it was a little bit more than... I didn't think it was a fully traditional handheld, but I thought it was a little bit more than just a remote access device. But yeah, okay, then yeah, you're absolutely right, dude. Yeah, thanks. Yeah, we'll talk about it in just a second. Well, yeah, because it's newer also, right? I mean, that makes sense. But the PS5U. PS5U, dude. Yeah. I'm calling stinker on it, dude. I have been before for a while now. It's a little bit gross to me. Well, we'll talk about it. I'll get to that in just a second, and we'll talk about that, okay? That's actually good news, dude. Thank you. Yeah, kind of, Lupus. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, Gabs, maybe we'll see you later, okay? Enjoy RDR2. So, thank goodness you're here. If you guys did not see this game looks like a banger, dude. Casual, thank you very much, man. I appreciate it. Yeah, I did not know that they had announced it yet. A trailer for the absolutely incredible and ridiculous looking Thank Goodness You're Here followed, being published by Panic, the company responsible for the Playdate handheld console, which I'm also not really thrilled about. The Playdate's like a little bitty handheld. It's black and white screen. It's not even backlit. You have to crank it. It's got a cool little crank thing on it to like power it up and stuff, so you don't have to recharge it. But it's like $200, dude, almost. And that's kind of wild for how expensive that is. If you didn't know what the Playdate was. But this is coming sometime in 2024. This game looks hilarious. It's the same developer of the Untitled Goose Game.
Not quite
right?
peas, not quite beans, but something special in between.
Give your wife the best. Give her Big Ron's big pies.
Had sticky out ears, and it made him awful. Gave him medicinal.
Thank goodness you're here.
Oh, you again? When am I going to see the back of you, you wee melon head?
Alan Wake 2 gameplay trailer to close out the show. So we'll be moving on to everything else after this. Close out the show, Sam Lake of Remedy Entertainment took the stage to introduce a new look at Alan Wake 2, which focused on Alan Wake himself, who is one of 2 playable characters. Alright. This is what we're going to be ending Scaretober on.
Victims and monsters.
Hey, yeah, I'm excited too, Lupus. So this game got delayed by 10 days, but it's still coming out on like 27 October. So we're going to play Alan Wake 1. I'm going to try to line it up to where I'll play Alan Wake 1, and as soon as we finish Alan Wake 1, we'll be able to run right into Alan Wake 2 on release. So for October, this is what we'll end October on. I haven't even played the original Alan Wake, but I know it's a banger.
Tells the story of a fictional
Yeah.
writer named Alan Wake.
So I'm excited to get both of them done in succession. It's going to be really cool. So we're going to play both of them at the end of October.
Did you write these pages, Mr. Wake?
I'm trying to remember it.
You're the killer, the cult leader.
No! You've got the wrong man! It's my fault! It got out!
Wake has a double. Where is he now?
I don't want to be in the story, just write me out of the story.
I think they did, actually. Yeah, I think they did. If I remember correctly. I'll pull it up real quick and we'll see. So, that is the recap, guys. Yeah, Alan Wake 2, 27 October. We're playing that here, baby. Yeah, I'm excited about that. So that's the recap of the entire thing. I know I didn't show the Modern Warfare 3 stuff, but Jesus, that was a long showcase they did for that game. I will link this entire thing. If you guys want to go back and take a look at, this is a really nice, comprehensive, it shows all the trailers, all this stuff for what we saw yesterday afternoon for opening night live together. But it was appropriate to go ahead and go back over this for anybody that normally gets to hang out in the mornings that maybe didn't get to hang out with us yesterday afternoon and watch all this, to kind of recap all of this, okay? Yeah, it's kind of the way I feel too, Lupus. But, you know, you got those fans out there of the series and stuff. And it did feel very drawn out. I will say that. The showcase for Call of Duty felt very drawn out. But, I mean, it's almost one of those things you have to expect. I think that was Pokemon sleep, dude. I think that's different, bro. So, I mean, to each their own, man. I quit playing Call of Duty games quite a while back. But, you know, obviously it's a lot of people still play it. A lot of people still get hyped about it. Otherwise, it wouldn't be as big of a title as it is, you know. Oh, man. Let's check real quick on that. Alan Wake 2 voice actor. Did I spell it wrong? It's just 1L. See this. Yeah. Yeah. Matthew Peretta portrays the titular Wake. Yep. Yeah. Same guy. Same guy. Looks like. Cool. We'll look at this. We don't need to look at any more of the Cyberpunk stuff, Call of Duty stuff, Mortal Kombat stuff, Alan Wake stuff, Lords of the Fallen stuff. Let's talk about this PlayStation stuff real quick. Okay, let's hit on this. So I had a bunch of extra articles up just in case we needed to address anything that might not have been in some of the like the summary article that we had for the Gamescom stuff. But yo, Cash, thanks for this, dude. Nice, dude. Yeah, baby. PlayStation's first remote play dedicated device, PlayStation Portal remote player, to launch later this year at $200. So let me read this and let's discuss this real quick. And I've talked about this a lot through. I've got a couple of videos up on the YouTube channel actually where I discuss my feelings about this technology, what they're going to be charging for it, what it really is, the fact that it shouldn't even be referred to as a handheld because it's not. It's just a remote access device, things like that. We'll talk about this in a moment. So Pulse Explore wireless earbuds and new Pulse Elite wireless headset revealed feature lossless low latency audio using new PlayStation Link technology. Let's see this. In May, we got a quick peek at the dedicated PS5 remote play device, now called PlayStation Portal Remote Player. And our first wireless earbuds, we don't care about that crap. I want to talk about this remote play device. As you can see it right here, right? Literally all this is a DualSense 5 controller split in half with a flipping screen in the middle of it. But that's it. That's all it is. It's a remote play device, right? I'd be down for Austin Powers 4, me too. I would too. Yeah. So the Portal Remote Player, which was being referred to previously as Project Q, right? Brings the PS5 experience to the palm of your hand. It includes the key feature of the DualSense wireless controller, including adaptive triggers and haptic feedback. The vibrant 8-inch LCD screen is capable of 1080p resolution at 60 frames per second, providing a high-definition visual experience that's expected from the high-quality games created by world-class developers. Now, Unfortunately, a lot of people probably will. And I'm going to flesh this out a bit for people as far as like some of the technology we've had on PC for a long time that, consoles are way behind. PlayStation Portal is a perfect device for gamers. Like, obviously, this is PlayStation blog, right? So they're promoting this with keywords of trying to make this seem like a really good device, right? So I'm reading a lot of this verbatim, which means that it's going to sound like it's being promoted, and that's because it's off of PlayStation's blog, right? Exactly, Cash, exactly. So PlayStation Portal is a device for gamers in households where they might need to share their living room TV or simply want to play PS5 games in another room of the house. PlayStation Portal will connect remotely to your PS5 over Wi-Fi. I'm going to highlight this real quick. We're going to go back and talk about this. PlayStation Portal will connect remotely to your PS5 over Wi-Fi, so you'll be able to swiftly jump from playing on your PS5 to your PlayStation Portal. This device, right? PlayStation Portal can play supported games that are installed on your PS5 console and use the DualSense controller. It also includes a 3.5mm audio jack for wired audio. PSVR 2 games, which require the headset, and games that are streamed through the PlayStation Plus Premium's cloud streaming are not supported. Going into that stuff, which we don't really care that much about, dude, that's all it's really talking about. So we can see this, okay? We're talking $200, right? PC players have had remote play access, especially through applications like Steam, for roughly a decade now. Going on a decade now. At a very low price point, too. Originally, Steam, Valve came out with these hardware devices called Steam Decks, right? If you're not familiar, or Steam Links, excuse me, not Steam Decks. Steam Decks are the new handheld. Steam Links. They were these little small form factor pieces of hardware. They would have a couple of USB ports, a power adapter cable, an Ethernet plug-in. They're also wirelessly, they've got Wi-Fi on them, and Bluetooth, and some display port or HDMI ports on them and stuff. And it was a really easy, really nice thing that they set up for Steam for you to have remote access anywhere else in your house. And that's what this is, right? So if you don't understand, basically anywhere where your PS5 is hooked up on your local area network, right? Your Wi-Fi, your local area network, you can take whatever game you're playing on your PS5, wherever it's hooked up, and you can play it on your little handheld PlayStation Portal remote player. Okay, so if you need to go drop a deuce and you want to keep playing your game or whatever, then you can go game it out on the porcelain throne, man, on your PlayStation Portal remote player, right? It's the truth. Or if you just wanted to lay in bed or whatever, then you can play in while you're laying in bed or whatever. But the thing is, this technology has been around for a long time. That's the most, we know you're stupid. Yeah. I mean, it is though, right? It really is. It really is. It's another play and taking advantage of the fact that a lot of these game players don't understand that they're being taken advantage of by these platforms, in my opinion. The thing is, the way I see this is that rather than, and you know why they're doing it like this, right? They want to make money off of it. But rather than just trying to do their very best to first and foremost, and apparently PlayStation does have remote play, but it's not a very fleshed out system. It's not very intuitive. It takes a lot of network kind of configuration that a lot of people are not going to know how to do to get it to work very smoothly, as opposed to something like Steam Link on PC, where you don't even have to have the hardware anymore. It's application based. It's app based. So any smart TV or, any other device that you want to remotely stream your games to on the same local area network, you just use the Steam Link application, and it doesn't cost anything. It's free. It's just a quality of life item that Steam gives you, that Valve gives you for being part of their platform. right? A part of their platform that you don't even have to buy hardware for, right? So taking a look at, like, this is why I talk a lot about like the PC side of things versus the console side of things. PC gaming, strictly just talking, there are a lot of different PC gaming platforms, but let's just strictly talk about Valve right now, as it is the leading platform for PC gaming and has been for a long time. You don't have to pay extra to play online on their servers. You don't have to pay extra for remote access. So if you've got, like, I've got my PC in here in my streaming room, I can go into my living room, pop open my Steam Link application, which I've actually got the old hardware that I like to use because I've got it. It works great. They still update it and everything, so I use it. But I pop it open. I put my Steam application in big picture mode. Bam. It picks it up automatically. I can just control Steam on my PC in here through my TV in my living room and chill out and play games or whatever. You know what I mean? It's something that they've given you access to for close to a decade now as just a piece of quality of life for PC gamers that are on their platform. You don't pay for it. You used to maybe have to pay for the hardware, but it was minimal. It didn't cost very much. And it was good hardware too. Very well built. And now you see what console is finally doing. Play through the application on a tablet? I think so. It just depends on you know, how well the game would work on it. But you could definitely take it, and I have not used the Steam Link application very extensively. But they did quit making the hardware roughly, I think about 5 years ago. They quit making the hardware and they just made it all application based. So you don't even have to buy it anymore. It's just as long as you can have the app on something like a smart TV or a tablet or whatever, then right. Well, and I think that's the thing is, like, I understand how, like, something like this PlayStation Portal Remote Player being a smaller device like this, right, can be nice for just around the house. Like I said, if you need to go chill out in the bathroom for a little bit, or if you're laying in bed, you know what I mean? Something like it's the application is, it's not like the application isn't there. I see that. What I hate to see is that PlayStation hasn't worked very hard, from what I understand, on getting remote play features fleshed out first and foremost for their consumer base, to get that functionality across the board like Steam had for PC players. You know what I mean? To where you can have your PS5 in one room and make it really easy and intuitive to just remote play in another room, as long as you had your PS5 running on the same local area network. You know what I mean? Apparently, it's kind of an involved process. It's not real great from what I understand. I haven't tried it, you know what I mean? But from the research I've done, it's not real fantastic. And you might even have to pay money for the app and everything too, just depending, which is kind of crazy. So now they're like, well, we can make it real easy on you if you just buy our $200 handheld remote access device, right? I think that's where I have an issue with it. So while, you know, other platforms and like I've been talking about, like with Steam, you know, this technology's been out there. They've given, again, a player base that hasn't ever needed to buy into their platform in the first place, monetary wise, like with, you know, hardware or anything, you know. They've given us that quality of life, you know, naturally, as something for just saying, like, thanks for being a part of what we do. You know what I mean? Here's PlayStation that hasn't done a great job of rolling out that technology for their consumer base and their fan base and their player base ever, really. It's still kind of a hot mess from what I understand to get it to work real naturally, real well, seamlessly. And but they want to roll out a $200 handheld device and go, oh, well, you can use this and this will make it easier. you know. Yeah. Right. Yeah. Yeah. But I mean, at the same time, I mean, you know, we're talking about newer hardware and everything too there, right? In comparing those two. And to be fair, I mean, dude, we got a new Nintendo console coming in probably roundabouts a year, right? More than likely. And it'll basically be much more modern. It won't cost, they're saying like $400. I'm a little bit scared about that for the longevity of it. You know? Yeah. Right, exactly. And that's what I'm getting at. You know what I mean? That's what I'm getting at too. Yeah, I mean if you really want that real seamless quality of life for the remote access for PlayStation, you know, you are looking definitely at like US dollars about $700, right? Yeah, I mean I know why they're doing the $400 price tag, you know, that's a better entry point for consumers. I get it. I just have reservations about the longevity of how long the hardware will stay applicable for modern gaming. You know what I mean? As opposed to maybe bumping that up to about a $500 price tag and what they might be able to squeeze out of it lifetime wise. You know what I mean? But it's still going to be an improvement. Yeah. Yeah. No doubt. No doubt. Yeah. Yeah. So again, I mean, I have an issue with this. We know why they're doing it. You know, it's a play towards the people that only play on their platform, the people that don't know any better, the people that go, "Oh man, this is cool. Look at this. It's a controller with a screen, and man, I can play my PS5 anywhere in my house for only $200 more." When this is old technology, man. You know, and to be fair, like. I was talking about this not too long ago when I think it was actually me, Davey and I that were talking about this because Davey has a PS5 and Davey was talking about how, you know, it would be nice to just be able to like maybe lay in bed in another room and play the PS5 while it's in the living room or whatever. And I was like, you know, that's kind of what Valve has done for its player base forever or, you know, for the past roughly decade, a little bit less, but almost a decade now. Where if you have a TV in your bedroom or whatever, and you can connect wireless controllers to it and everything too, you just lay up in your bed and you control basically the Steam application, you know, from, you know, that's on your computer from another room. It's remote access, man. It's really, and you don't pay for it, you know? So this is just another one of those things where I feel like they were like, oh yeah, let's just throw a screen in the middle of a controller and, you know. I mean, to be fair, I really did expect it to be more expensive than this because it's Sony, but it still doesn't feel great to me. Everybody's going to have a different idea about whether this is particularly something that appeals to them, whether it's worth their money, things of that nature. But I mean, I just want to put it in perspective for people. You know what I mean? As opposed to this technology and I mean, to be fair, I mean, it's not new. Right? It's not new technology at all. And basically what Sony has decided to do with it, rather than flesh out their remote play features naturally as part of their base system and giving back to their player base first, because it does, everything I've found out about it does seem like it's a pretty complex system to get to work seamlessly for you. And instead they're like, oh, let's just push out a device that people have to pay $200 more for. It feels bad, dude. Yeah, I would agree with that too. I would agree with that. Honestly, I think that I mean we've talked about this before, Cash. I think PlayStation is going to be left behind in the realm of being. PlayStation's never been one to be innovative really on the gaming front. You know what I mean? I've seen them this way for a long time. They've always done things the same way. They don't want things to change, right? Nintendo, let's be fair, in the console realm, Nintendo's always been more innovative than the other two for the most part, you know. They've been pushing the envelope as far as gaming's concerned. Now, especially hardware-wise, right? Now, Xbox has always had to be more inventive in how to compete in the segment of gaming because they've never sold as much hardware or software as Nintendo or PlayStation, right? So you're talking about cloud gaming, subscription services. They're the ones that have brought that into the prominence of the market and everything. But Sony has always just wanted to like sit back and do the same thing. They've never really been the one to like tread a path. You know, they emulate the other ones. You know, you know what? We just read an article, dude, about because they've still been developing Kinect. Apparently, I didn't even know that. But it's been like Kinect Azure or whatever, and now they're even kind of selling that off to other companies to be able to use and stuff. They're not going to be developing that any further. I didn't even know they were still. Yeah. So Xbox knows, you know, they've had to always kind of, you know, figure their own way through this stuff, right? But here's the thing: because of what PlayStation is and how traditional they've been and how they've always tried to stay traditional in the market of gaming and just rely on traditional console sales, traditional software sales. And let's be fair, gaming has been changing and it is still changing drastically. But I think, dude, I see PlayStation getting left behind. I don't see Xbox moving forward with traditional consoles. It doesn't make sense for them. They're going to probably be emulating more of like what Steam Deck and Switch does and stuff like that. It fits their profile better. While PlayStation's just still going to have these big, chunky, old school consoles. They'll be the only one doing it. You know what I mean? And I think it's going to be less and less appealing for gamers because the more we move forward into the future, the more people are on the go all the time, right? And the more people want that accessibility of on-the-go gaming, streaming, whether it be cloud or whatever, you know what I mean? So I don't know, dude. I honestly, right now, I see Sony and PlayStation just kind of getting left in the dust kind of what gaming is evolving into and has been evolving into. And not that Xbox has really been on the same level as like Nintendo, but they have in some capacities always been inventive in their own right. You know what I mean? Whereas I haven't ever really seen it from PlayStation, man. Exactly. And yeah, they might continue to have maybe a traditional console in some capacity, but they won't be leaning on it like they do now. They just won't. I think they absolutely get, because I feel like a handheld console, as good as mobile technology is now, which it has been proven over the past decade, easy, from the Switch to the Steam Deck to the ROG Ally, everything with what mobile technology has evolved into. Obviously, it's still not as powerful as just being able to throw as much power into traditional hardware as you can, because you've got to balance that battery life situation. You know what I mean? But mobile technology's come a long flipping ways, man. Exactly. They just have too many services that fit that kind of thing very well, And I think that eventually they'll move completely off of traditional hardware, just like Nintendo has. I mean, being able to run a piece of hardware that plays that dual role, Nintendo killed it, dude. Nah, no, we'll call it Xbox Series H 1080 one like you know what I'm saying? It'll have some astronomically long name, dude. It'll just be like a mix up of all their old consoles, but the evolution of them. You know what I mean? Yeah. So I don't know. I mean, I'm just like spitballing here. Yeah, there you go, dude. Yo, Tabo, what's up, buddy? Yeah. I mean, I'm just spitballing, but I think it makes sense in a lot of what we're talking about here. I think it does, you know. And I really don't see PlayStation. PlayStation seems like, for the most part, a lot of what they've done has been just trying to emulate what Xbox and Nintendo do as being more of the trendsetters and the innovators in the industry, you know? I'm good, buddy. What's up, dude? What are you doing, Tabo? So, yo, hey, Cash, thanks very much for this, dude. Yeah, I mean, this is a turnoff for me. I knew it would be. It would be ever since it was announced. It's weird. I wouldn't feel nearly as bad about it if I knew that they had their entire remote play application and program, like that technology was really fleshed out and intuitive and really easy for consumers to use, but I don't think it is. And to know that they're pushing out something like this before that's done makes it feel bad, you know. Playing Wrath with friends, nice, dude. Very good, dude. Very nice. If you guys want to read more out of this about maybe the earbuds or the headsets or whatever, then here you go. Thanks a lot, Cash. I appreciate it, buddy. Kingdom Hearts 4, guys, it's a extra long news segment today. I said that from the beginning. We just needed to be prepared for that. It's okay, dude. That's what today's probably just going to be news, bro, for the most part. You know what I mean? Probably. Yeah, Tabo. Yeah, it's just, well, I mean, so we still have the Microsoft stuff to flesh out. There's new news on the Microsoft front if you guys didn't know. And we still haven't talked about that yet either. Microsoft is having to sell off, basically, look, this right here. Their cloud gaming rights to Ubisoft to get this acquisition done, which is a really weird situation. And we've got to flesh this out today. So that, on top of, you know, all the rehashing and recovering all of what happened last night in Gamescom. Yeah, I know, Lupus. That was my thought exactly. But it's happening. So we've got to talk about this and what this means. So we still have that to talk about. We had all the Gamescom stuff to talk about and go over and everything. So it was going to be a very long news segment today, and that's okay. I just knew it. I said it from the get-go. I said we got a lot of news. There's going to be a lot of stuff to cover. It's all right. It just is what it is. Today's going to be a big news day, okay? Kingdom Hearts 4, everything you should know. Disney is a massive competitor, whether it's on the big screen or on your gaming monitors. For the gaming crowd, get ready for one of their latest entries, Kingdom Hearts 4. If I remember correctly, this game got delayed because they wanted to go ahead and convert this game over to Unreal Engine 5. When is it coming out? Kingdom Hearts 4 doesn't have a confirmed release date yet. Game was officially announced in 2022 during the 20th anniversary of Kingdom Hearts. Working with UE5 should make the process considerably quicker. Still, Kingdom Hearts 4 is likely a couple of years away from completion at the least. Here's the trailer for it if you haven't seen this. Sus, Lord. Okay. Yeah, all right, Lupus, it's good to see you, buddy. Appreciate you, man. Have a good day. How long did Kingdom Hearts 3 take? Now, this is actually not Kingdom Hearts 4. Hold on. That was the... Here we go. I think this is it, right? Is this it? Jesus, are you for real? Dude, I didn't know it was that long. God dang. They had a lot of spin-offs in between there, though, didn't they? Didn't they have some spin-offs and stuff in between that? God, I didn't know it was that long between those two, though. Yo, Link's missing. It just said it on the screen cache. Yeah, this is that mobile game they're making or whatever, right? So let's hold off on that. They're showing everything that was shown off. This is going to be right here. Yeah, no worries, dude. I just didn't know if you knew off the top of your head. They showed off this. I think is actually the Kingdom Hearts 4 stuff. This is that like anniversary announcement stuff they did. I really just wanted to get to the Kingdom Hearts 4 stuff. Yeah, this is it, I'm pretty sure, yeah. Dude, a 7-day nap? Let's go. Hibernation mode. How many games are out and playable in UE5? Dude, there's quite a few at this moment. I'm pretty sure. There's quite a few now. Because, you know, before UE5 even went public, dude, there were already a lot of game developers that had their hands on it. It just wasn't a publicly accessible engine yet, right? So games had been getting touched with UE5 for a bit before it even got released to the public. We could probably pull up a list of all the games that have released so far with UE5. I'll pull it up real quick. I play these games. I've never played any of the Kingdom Hearts games, dude. I watched a friend play a good amount of them back in the day, so I just never jumped into them, you know? The thing for me was, like, I was never big into, like, the Disney mashup. It just doesn't appeal to me. Really? I know they're good games and stuff, but the Disney part of it just isn't something that appeals to me. Yeah, I know. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, and I know that. Yeah. It's just, it's always been like the Disney side of it has always just been a turn off for me. Yeah. That's a good question though, dude. So contrary to its name, Kingdom Hearts 4 is the 15th game in the series. Complex and deeper major understatements when it comes to the Kingdom Hearts franchise. So Kingdom Hearts 3 was released in 2019 on the PS4, Xbox One, with ports following later for PC and Switch. Now that there are newer models, though, likely the Kingdom Hearts 4 is coming out on PS5, Xbox Series X and S, and PC, and potentially whatever Switch sequel will be. But, dude, that's just speculation. This game has, throughout the years, had different first-party contracts, whether it be PlayStation or Xbox or whatever, you know? So, it's a Square Enix game, obviously, so who knows, dude? We'll see. Now, as far as games, this was a July 31st. Fortnite's UE5. Matrix Awakens was UE5. Mortal Online. I Am Jesus Christ Prologue UE5. The Bus. Layers of Fear. Remnant 2, which I just played, was UE5. Yeah, they do tend to lean PlayStation, they do. But I actually looked up the releases of Kingdom Hearts not too long ago because I thought most of them had been proprietary PlayStation, and I was wrong, dude. I was wrong. So most of the Final Fantasy stuff has been, but if I remember correctly, a lot of the Kingdom Hearts stuff has just been kind of wonky in that aspect. It hasn't necessarily been heavily favored for PlayStation proprietary release. Remnant 2, UE5. Immortals of Avium, UE5. Slender, The Arrival. Immortals of Avium we went over today. This game is looking just pretty mediocre. Yeah, I knew that one, Cash, yeah. Lords of the Fallen, UE5. The day before, which is about to release, right? October 13th. The day before, Myth. This game's a myth. Ark Survival Ascended, UE5. Hell is Us. This hasn't released yet. There's a lot, dude. There's a lot. I mean, we could sit here and go over lists and everything, but this is a pretty long article. If you want to look at some more, there's a lot of games already that have come out with been built on UE5 engine, yeah. Persona 3 Reload release date set for February. When it was announced in June, Persona 3 Reload finally answered the call that so many fans of the series had been putting out into the world. Following the disappointing release that was Persona 3 Portable on modern consoles earlier this year, Persona 3 Reload, there we go, appears to be much more in line with what fans were clamoring for when asking for a modern version of the Persona franchise's turning point. The game is built from the ground up using Unreal Engine, offering a completely modernized take on the classic entry that first arrived in the West in 2007. Persona 3 originally served as the entry that introduced various mechanics that would go on to become series mainstays in subsequent entries, including the popular social links. Without Persona 3, more modern games like Persona 4 Golden and Persona 5 Royal would likely be very different. When the original Persona 3 arrived on PS2, Game Informer awarded it an 8.5 out of 10. Persona 3 Reload arrives on PlayStation 5, Xbox Series X and S, and PC on February 2nd of next year. All right, they got a hands-on preview link right here if you're interested. I'll link this for you guys, okay? Ever seen the Ocarina of Time fan-made UE5 stuff? Dude, I've seen a lot of fan-made UE5 stuff. I've seen Bully fan-made. I've seen some Legend of Zelda stuff. I don't know if I saw the Ocarina of Time. I think I did. The Unreal Engine 5 stuff is insane. We actually just saw a fan-made, I'm pretty sure it was on UE5, of Assassin's Creed, but in like World War II era. It was kind of nuts. I've seen a lot of that kind of stuff, and the fan-made stuff is actually insane, man. What the crap? Pika Ramen? Dude, that's insane. I've never seen that. Texas Chainsaw Massacre, which just released, dude, like 4 days ago, I think, offers Xbox fans a huge discount. It's doing okay right now. It's like low to mid 70s rating. It's not bad. I think a lot of it just depends on if you're familiar with these types of games, these horror survival games. This one's going to be a bit different for you, as it has a 4v3 scenario, or a 3v4, I guess I should say. It's like 3 antagonists versus 4 survivors, a bit different than what we've seen in a lot of these other horror survival games. But it is, for people that like these kinds of games, the sentiment seems to be that they're enjoying it quite a bit. Maybe needs a little bit more content, maybe a tiny bit more polish. So anyone who has bought or played the Texas Chainsaw Massacre video game is eligible to purchase a copy of the 40th anniversary edition of the movie on the Xbox store for just $5. To claim this deal, there's a tab on the store page for the Texas Chainsaw Massacre video game that will take you to the store page for the film where you can then purchase it for $5. All right, if you're interested. What is this, dude? Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah, we'll take a peek at that, dude. We'll take a peek. Thanks, man. Apparently Riot's been having some issues in their servers, man. League of Legends down. Thousands unable to connect or log into gaming platform. Huge server outage. So around 6:30 a.m. Eastern, over 1,000 players of a huge gaming platform were left unable to log in or connect to the platform, according to Down Detector. Server outage has affected Windows, Mac OS, iOS, and Android users. Looks like at 7:49 this morning, the issues were appeared to have been resolved. So about an hour and 20 minutes, potentially, maybe hour and a half. Oh yeah, no, that's cool, dude. Yeah, I'll link it up in the Discord too, unless you want to. But yeah, we'll take a quick peek at it before we end the news, man. That's fine. I might have seen it, but it's cool. We'll look at it. Yeah, that's cool. I appreciate it. The fan-made stuff's insane. So apparently, if you were having issues diving into some of the Riot stuff, whether it be Teamfight Tactics or League of Legends or whatever, that's potentially resolved at this point. So, Steam free games, grabbing an Assassin's Creed Black Flag inspired pirate RPG right now. What are we talking about here? Captain Bones is an action-adventure game set in an open pirate world. You must have survival skills to make ship battles, treasure hunts with your crew. Captain Bones, huh? Here, let me pull it up. Let's take a look at this. Captain Bones. I spelled it wrong. It's the prologue. Get out of here, dude. Really? The prologue. Whatever, if you're interested here. Dude, I'm done. Dude, I'm done with gaming Bible crap. You know, I try to make it a real point for me to get us as much free content, like discounted. You find everybody like discounts and sales and stuff like that. Dude, I'm done with gaming Bible crap. They are so clickbaity, dude. Their titles are just clickbait heavy, dude. It's really gross. Microsoft selling Activision Blizzard cloud game. Okay, so we'll talk about that real quick in a second. Apparently, if you guys aren't familiar with Cultic, Cultic is a dope retro. It's a modern take on retro FPS games. So like old school Doom and Wolfenstein and stuff. It's a modern take on a kind of dark, atmospheric, ominous kind of game where you're trying to take down this cult and everything. And so it's a very good game. There's one chapter out right now which we played last year. Shout out to our buddy Tinwin, dude, gifted me the game. I think Tinwin felt bad that I paid for I paid for Jesus. I can picture it in my head, dude, and it was so bad, dude. So bad. Hold on. Flushed, baby. Not flushed, finished. Playthrough complete. What are we talking about here? Scorn, dude. Scorn. It was so bad. Scorn was so terrible, dude. It was so bad. And he was like, "Yo, play this game. Play this game. This will cheer you up." To be fair, there is a game about being Jesus, so But no. Nice catch. But this game was a banger, dude. Big shout out to Tinwin. Thanks, buddy. And apparently they're in the process of developing Chapter 2 right now, so that'll be a lot of fun. Very cool. What is this? Let's see what this is. You sent me a couple of these. Oh, so this is going to be like some of the music and stuff to it, probably. So this will give you a bit of a taste about what the... Nice, dude. Oh, jeez. The game is dope. It's very, very fun. Highly recommend. I'll pull it up on Steam real quick and link it for you guys. Very cool game. Cool tick. Very, very good stuff here. You can see even overwhelmingly positive all time. 98% positive, dude, of over 4,100 reviews. It's a dope game, dude. It's a dope game. It really is good. Very good stuff. Here you go. Check it out. So basically, right now there's one chapter. This game is supposed to be coming out in chapters. So there's one chapter right now. It released in October of last year. So maybe we'll get a new chapter very soon. You know? Who knows? So we were talking about this a little bit earlier too. The whole Dark and Darker thing. I didn't know that the lawsuit with Nexon finally got dismissed. So this is appropriate to talk about. If you didn't know what had happened previously, basically, Dark and Darker is a game that was being developed by Iron Mace, which is a studio that consists at its core of developers that originally worked for Nexon. Well, when Dark and Darker started doing all their beta access and getting very popular, Nexon started hitting them with lawsuits and litigation about stolen assets, and it was a wild thing, dude. Valve got hit with a cease and desist to pull the game off their servers. There was all kinds of crap, dude. It was really, really wild. So we were talking about it this morning, and I just did a quick search, and we came across this, which says that the lawsuit with Nexon is dismissed, but there's a catch. So let's see what's going on. Dark and Darker, developed by Iron Mace, has persuaded a U.S. court to dismiss the lawsuit that led to the fantasy extraction game being removed from Steam. The lawsuit and Valve's decision to de-platform Dark and Darker came at a time when the PC game was seeing viral success. While Dark and Darker remains off of Steam, the dismissal of the lawsuit could open the door to the game's eventual return, but Iron Mace's legal troubles may not be over. The development of Dark and Darker took influence from the work Iron Mace's founders did for their previous employer, Nexon. Iron Mace has said repeatedly that while Nexon's Project P3 is similar in some ways to Dark and Darker, the new game is entirely separate and no copyrighted material has been used in its development. Nexon didn't agree and filed a lawsuit alleging Dark and Darker did use illegally obtained materials. Iron Mace has claimed this was a bullying tactic from Nexon meant to hurt Dark and Darker as it gained popularity. Whether Dark and Darker utilized copyrighted material from Nexon's Project P3 will not be decided in a U.S. court, it seems. Nexon's case has now been dismissed, with the court agreeing with Iron Mace that the U.S. was the incorrect jurisdiction for the lawsuit. That doesn't mean that the situation has been remedied, however. Nexon continues its legal efforts against Iron Mace in South Korea, which the U.S. court agrees is the correct place for a decision to be made. Both Nexon and Iron Mace are based in South Korea. What this means for Dark and Darker in the short term isn't entirely clear. Iron Mace appears to be hopeful that it will lead to Dark and Darker returning to Steam, though. A statement from the company mentions that Dark and Darker could return to US-based gaming platforms soon. Valve has made no indication whether it will bring Dark and Darker back to Steam now that the lawsuit has been dismissed. Development of Dark and Darker continues to move forward without Steam support. The first-person fantasy extraction game was recently launched in early access, can be purchased for $35 through the official Dark and Darker website. The path forward for Iron Mace isn't obvious. While there's a good amount of attention surrounding Dark and Darker's early access launch, it's likely pales compared to what it could be if Dark and Darker was on Steam. Twitch viewership is high, but already shrinking and overall pales in comparison to the game's Steam alpha tests. Yeah, Dark and Darker may genuinely be a great game. Just goes to show that without Steam support, even great games can struggle. They've got links in here if you want it. It's interesting. This game was blowing up, dude. This game was blowing up, going crazy until all this stuff with Nexon happened. Kind of nuts. De Nouveau. Thrilled to announce that our top-tier protection technologies are officially accessible as authorized. Nintendo Switch middleware on a Nintendo developer portal. We are now registered as authorized Nintendo Switch middleware. De Nouveau. Bro.
Piece of shit. You raised a piece of shit. You raised a piece of shit. A piece of shit.
Cool, now my Switch games will run slow. Here I thought it was only for PC. You guys suck. Going to overheat Switches now with your disgusting malware. Trying to put rock on a walking turtle shell? That is nasty. It sounds like bragging about a venereal disease. Only thing De Nouveau does is harm consumers who legally buy games. Guess I won't be buying anything on Switch from now on. Cool. A company that proclaims to fight piracy uses terrible The Legend of Zelda generated art made with stolen assets for their announcement. Oh, Jesus. When you show up to a party uninvited and get booed out, you'll own nothing and you'll be happy, even if it halves your FPS. Because the Switch needs more performance issues. Oh, Jesus, dude. Oh my God, even the AI art you did to promote this is so bad. Bro. Oh my God, dude. Great job, De Nouveau. Fantastic. All right, let's flesh this out real quick. So, for those of you that didn't know, Microsoft is like kind of down to their last little obstacle here in their finalizing their purchase of Activision Blizzard, right? And it comes down to the UK's regulatory committee. Basically, what's happened here is they are in this debacle where the UK regulatory committee feels like there's too much anti-competitiveness going on within the cloud gaming segment within this acquisition. Right? 5-hour news, Pinky. Yeah, dude. All day news, dude. All day news. Where you been? All day news, bro. Yeah, dude. We had a lot of stuff to go over today, man. So yeah, it's just all day news. Yeah, bro. So basically, what we came across yesterday. Basically, we came across this yesterday, but we have to flesh this out a bit more to know exactly what's going down here. What? I see it. I see all the emotes. What are you talking about? Everything looks good, dude. Everything looks fine to me, dude. You're not seeing your cap emote, dude? I see the cap emote, dude. Yeah. It's a skill issue, I think. So Microsoft is selling Activision Blizzard cloud gaming rights to Ubisoft in last-ditch effort to get merger approved. Assassin's Creed publisher will bring Modern Warfare 2, Diablo 4, and more to Ubisoft Plus. Somehow, over a year later, Microsoft's attempted 69 billion takeover of Activision Blizzard just took its weirdest turn yet. The tech giant announced today that it will sell off the streaming rights for Call of Duty, Overwatch, and more to rival publisher Ubisoft as part of one last attempt to get holdout regulators in the UK to approve the deal. To address the concerns about the impact of the proposed acquisition on cloud game streaming raised by the UK Competition and Markets Authority, we are restructuring the transaction to acquire a narrower set of rights, Microsoft President Brad Smith wrote in an August 22nd blog post. This includes executing an agreement effective at the closing of our merger that transfers the cloud streaming rights for all current and new Activision Blizzard PC and console games released over the next 15 years to Ubisoft Entertainment SA, a leading global game publisher. The rights will be in perpetuity. So, not only does this mean that for the next 15 years, all the Activision, Blizzard, PC, and console games released, the streaming rights go to Ubisoft, but all of those games that get released over that time period, they have the streaming rights to those games forever, in perpetuity. If I'm understanding this correctly, right? Ubisoft confirmed in its own blog post that this means Activision Blizzard games like Modern Warfare 2 will soon be added to its own Ubisoft Plus multi-access subscription service, as well as its Ubisoft Plus Classics add-on for PlayStation users. While the games can still be licensed from Microsoft's own Game Pass subscription service, they would not be able to become exclusive to any one cloud gaming platform. Ubisoft Plus, which includes big blockbusters like Assassin's Creed, Far Cry, Rainbow Six Siege, already costs more than Game Pass on console. And it will be interesting to see how this new side deal transforms the service. How exactly will this messy divestiture work? According to the Competition and Markets Authority in the UK, Ubisoft will compensate Microsoft through a one-off payment, as well as a wholesale pricing mechanism that includes the option to pay based on usage. Ubisoft will then have the ability to license out the games to other subscription services, as well as to pay a fee to force Microsoft to port Activision games to competing PC gaming operating systems like Linux. Originally set to close by mid-July, Microsoft planned to buy Activision Blizzard ran into all sorts of roadblocks in the US and UK. Despite regulatory approval in the European Union, the Federal Trade Commission ended up suing to try and prevent the deal from closing earlier this summer, only for the judge in the case to end up denying the request and side with Microsoft. The CMA, meanwhile, blocked the deal back in April, claiming it would give Microsoft a big competitive advantage in the cloud gaming market if it ever decided to make games like Call of Duty exclusive to streaming on Game Pass. After the failure of the FTC's lawsuit, Microsoft and the CMA began negotiating on potential remedies again, culminating in the new and much more convoluted version of the deal laid out today. An agreement was also signed with Sony to secure ongoing access to Call of Duty games on PlayStation 5 and future consoles for the next 10 years. But what PlayStation lost out on was because they didn't sign the original offer of the 10-year deal at the beginning of all this stuff, they lost out on getting access to all those games that they once had access to that were originally PlayStation titles, like Tony Hawk, Crash Bandicoot, stuff like that. All they're getting on this contract is Call of Duty. Microsoft and Activision Blizzard recently signed a 90-day extension of their merger agreement, which expires on October 18th. CMA will review the new terms before then, but this whole saga isn't over yet. Three hot tillion degrees. Yo, okay. All right, Tabo. Yeah, buddy. Yo, work out for me too, dude. I'm getting real thick, dude. Yo, thanks for that clip, by the way, yesterday. That was good. Went shopping. What'd you get? Apples, strawberries, strawberry milk, more strawberries, more strawberry milk, apple pie, strawberries, and strawberry milk. right? And probably some tea. Walked about 7 kilometers? Yeah. I'm not good with conversions either, dude, but that's a long ways in heat. Didn't include the strawberry ice cream. Well, I mean, if you freeze it, it's basically strawberry milk turns into strawberry ice cream, kind of. Yeah, I forgot strawberry milk. Okay. Or strawberry ice cream, I mean. I didn't forget strawberry milk. I said strawberry milk. I just didn't remember strawberry ice cream. Okay. I was close. Quote, this is not a green light, CMA Chief Executive Sarah Cardell said in a statement. We will carefully and objectively assess the details of the restructured deal and its impact on competition, including in light of third-party comments. Our goal has not changed. Any future decision on this new deal will ensure that the growing cloud gaming market continues to benefit from open and effective competition, driving innovation and choice. Jesus, this is a weird situation, dude. We'll continue fleshing this out. I don't think we need to read this one. This doesn't even mean that this is done yet, but this is definitely Microsoft's attempt at kind of trying to get this finished. So the gist of this is Microsoft has agreed to sell off the rights to any games, the streaming rights to any games releasing over the next 15 years to Ubisoft. And that in perpetuity, meaning that they would hold the rights to those games, the streaming rights to those games that come out in the next 15 years under that contract forever. But Ubisoft has to pay Microsoft an upfront lump sum for it, as well as they would have to pay like basically I guess like every game that Ubisoft gets on their streaming platform that is actually under Microsoft's Activision Blizzard label. Microsoft gets a portion of streaming profits or something. Dude, this is wild. But at the same time, if Microsoft wants to have those titles on their own streaming platform, they have to license it back off of Ubisoft because they don't have the rights to it, even though they developed it. That's a weird situation, man. We'll get more. I'll continue to try to educate myself on this. That's a weird situation, man. That's really odd. Here we go. Let's take a quick look at this. Shout out to Cash. Cash showed me this. I think I've already seen this, but if anybody hasn't, we'll take a quick look at like what The Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time would look like in like this is like a fan-made Unreal Engine 5 kind of situation here. Take a look at this. It said like 1 minute in. Let's go.
Unreal Engine 5.
I think we have seen this before. Oh, 3 hot tillion equals 84 degrees freedom units-ish. Oh, bro. Dude, we're baking here then. Check this. Let's see. Right now it is 91 degrees freedom units, but feels like 111 degrees freedom units. And it's getting hotter today too. The high today for us is supposed to be 99 degrees, which will probably Zora's Domain too. Yeah, dude, that's real hot, Murdoch. Yeah. So we're supposed to be hitting like 99 to 100 degrees Fahrenheit today here, and then which will probably be happening within the next hour and a half or so. And then yeah, it's, dude, there's a heat wave everywhere. It's insane. And the humidity here is insane, dude. So it's just like, whew, it's gross outside, man. Yeah, UE5, dude, is an amazing engine, dude. Just seeing what like fan-made stuff has been done for older games, what they could be. Like we've seen Bully be done with this, Zelda games. Dude, what's the name? Unrecord. Have you guys seen the Unrecord game that's coming out? It's like a first-person shooting game. Bro, it looks insanely realistic being built off of UE5. It's really, really crazy. Yo, this looks insane. Yeah. God, that screen shake. Holy crap, dude. Yeah, I figured so, Cash, yeah. I was thinking about that. I was like, dude, if they ever did something like this, Cash would just lose his mind, dude. And actually, in real life, actually runs on Unreal Engine 7. Bro, that screen shake was rough. Yeah, it looks incredible, though. Yeah, no, that's what I was thinking too, Pinky. Is like, yeah, it looks great until he starts moving, and then it's almost like the camera's attached to him, and it just goes. It's like, ah, god dang, dude. Selfie stick? Yeah, dude, it's exactly what it looks like, yeah. That's for realism. I guess so, bro. Really zoomed in there on that that belt buckle. Hard to imagine playing in these graphics, though. What do you mean? Just because it's something you haven't like really been able to experience before in a Zelda game? Is that what you mean? Just hard to imagine it being like this? Valheim got a trader update. What? Nice. Yeah. I can imagine, dude. I mean, look, I think that, you know, I could totally see it going this way. I mean, so to be fair, Nintendo's going to want to stick with Nintendo. Their way of doing things, right? Like, and Breath of the Wild, Tears of the Kingdom is a very cool style for The Legend of Zelda. But I think eventually they'll move into doing something like this as long as our hardware can take it. You know, that's the thing that kind of I was talking about earlier, Cash. Like, we know that their next console is going to be out in roughly the next, you know, roundabouts year, right? And so at a $400 price point, you know, it's really, I don't see them being able to get anywhere even close to anything like this. You know, obviously they're probably a lot more concerned with, you know, getting things at a stable 60 frames across anything that's going to be made on their, but I think that if they were able to just like go with $100 more price point, which is, I know they won't do because they're trying to appeal more to consumer base, right? No, they're not close. Not even. That's what I'm saying, though, is like, what I was talking about earlier, and not that they would even be close with another $100, but the longevity and the more they're able to do with better hardware, if they were able to throw, you know, another $100 at it and put it closer to the price point of what other modern consoles are selling at. You know what I mean? Switch would melt with this? Yeah, basically. Yeah. I mean, let's be fair, though. I mean, you know, mobile hardware has come a long ways. It really has. Even since Switch's inception and release and everything. Mobile hardware has definitely evolved greatly, you know? And not that it can necessarily still do this kind of stuff or you know, do this kind of stuff nowadays, but seeing what the Switch was into what like the Steam Deck is and what the Asus ROG Ally is, when we're talking about different price points and everything too, but, you know, mobile hardware has come a long ways. And so we always knew that Nintendo isn't, you know, Nintendo's never going to push out a console that costs $1,000. That's just absolutely opposed to what is a big pull for people on console, right? One of the things that's always kind of been a negative pull for people on PC is people usually look at PC as something that requires a higher price point entry, you know, and it doesn't really always necessarily need to be that way. But, you know, I wouldn't mind seeing Nintendo try to beef up whatever they're doing a little bit and get closer to that $500 price point than the $400, just to ensure they're getting the best they can hardware-wise in there, especially because we know they're going to drag it out. We know the longevity of it. Exactly. They're probably going to do the same exact thing they did with the Switch, you know? So, just personally, that's where I sit with it. I don't know. But that's very, very neat. It's very neat. And at some point in the future, Cash, I'm sure you'll probably be able to die happy. Not that, like, again, not that, like, Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom and stuff, not that they look bad. They're not on this level, though, right? Like, they do a great job. They've done a great job with those games, but it's not like this, right? I agree with that. My worry, though, is Pinky, is Nintendo is really trying to drag out like the mobile hardware side of it, right? I mean, it's a mobile hardware device. It's not as powerful naturally anyways. We see what they're doing right now with the Switch. And while the Switch in concept has been an amazing device, right? It really has. Dude, it's like literally almost everything that comes out for it looks extremely dated in today's gaming world. And it's because they've really been trying to stretch it out. and it's old mobile hardware, and everything's like nothing can actually reach almost anything above 30 frames, and you know what I mean. And so I'm thinking like future of what Nintendo would be doing with it. They're probably going to do the same thing with the next iteration too. They're going to want to stretch it out. So I feel like the better hardware they can get in it for maybe a little bit of a higher price point might be longevity-wise a better play. But I don't know. I don't know. You know, I'm not against the fact that they provide a lower price point for gamers either. You know what I mean? It's just, it's that struggle, it's that balance, you know, that balance of the whole price versus performance, and how much are you going to get out of it? How are they going to be able to how constricting is it going to be for developers? Because I'll tell you, I mean, dude, like almost everything that comes out for the Switch and has for the past couple of years, I'm like, God, that looks grossly underperforming for today's gaming standards, you know? Maybe they are, you never know. Well, I mean, we've already seen some reports coming out that, and look, you're right, to be fair. Do you think that if, so let me address the Lunix thing real quick first. So, first of all, yo, thanks for that video, by the way, Cash. First of all, we don't know in any official capacity right now what the Switch will cost, what the hardware will be, anything like that, because Nintendo is very, very, very tight-lipped about stuff. You know, until they're actually ready to release information, they hold all their stuff very close to the, you know, close to the company. They don't let a whole lot of information out. What we have heard is that there's already, the hardware is already out there for developers. So there's potentially developers that already have their hands on this. Now, obviously, they're under an NDA, and if anybody lets this like hardware out, they're in a heap of trouble, dude. So nobody's letting that information slide either. What we have heard already too is that this is going to be a piece of hardware that is going to be closer to $400. That's unofficial though, right? That's unofficial. So I mean, to be fair, I mean, we don't know in an official capacity exactly what's going to be in it, what it's going to cost, when it's going to release, anything like that. What I will tell you is that it better have some contours to the Joy-Cons. Yeah. But do you think that if Nintendo goes to a significantly higher quality performance and raised price to $500, they'd improve consumer base and overall sales? I don't know, dude. That's a really good question. That's a really good question. And that's a good way to look at it. I don't really know. I think that probably not significantly. Yeah, psych. Yeah, dude. I took it'll probably be a shorter day today, actually. Yeah. Because I still have work I need to get done today, but I had to take Monday off. I had some live stuff that I had to take care of, and I wasn't able to work on content or stream stuff or anything at all on Monday. I had some live stuff come up, so I had to take Monday off. But I wanted to make sure I got something done today. And it was a recap of a lot of stuff from yesterday. There's a lot of news and stuff like that. Yeah, you're not wrong, Cash. Yeah, you're not wrong. Psych, what's up, buddy? So, I mean, that's a good way to address the, you know, that situation with what I'm saying too. I mean, I think that I've seen more people have the same kind of sentiment, and I've even seen articles where developers have come out and kind of talked about like the constraints that the Switch has imposed on them over the past 2 to 3 years because of how limited the hardware is. You know what I mean? I guess that's more where my mindset is on this. And I don't know if it would impact the sales or the consumer base as much as maybe we would expect. But as far as knowing that Nintendo will just try and stretch it out, the thing is, I think the reason it won't impact is because the fan base is just too big. Yeah, that's actually exactly what I was getting ready to get at. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, it just is what it is, right? So I think that's why it doesn't really matter. I think that's why it doesn't really matter. As long as it's decent quality. You know what I mean? As long as it's decent quality, I don't suspect that you would get a whole lot of differing. You're not going to get a lot of people that want Nintendo console that are going to be turned off one way or another by going 500's too much, or 400 is, you know, like later on 400 is bad because it wasn't good enough hardware or whatever, you know. Yeah, I think so as well. And I mean, to be fair, Nintendo has never needed as much hardware power as other console players have, right? So and that's true as well. You're not wrong there. My thing is, like, I guess I'm just a little bit biased because of how rough it has been for me to look at so many games coming out. There have been exceptions like the Zelda games, even though I'm not a fan of the 30 frame rate in a genre like that, you know, which is something that should be fixed at the very least 60 frames per second, which is something that should be fixed in the coming generation of their hardware. But outside of some very specific games like the Zelda games, a lot of the games that are being developed, just they look super dated. And I guess for me, that just makes me a little bit biased and concerned about them doing the same exact thing with the next generation. But a lot of Nintendo fans won't really care probably one way or the other, you know? Right, exactly. Yeah. And I'm not blind to that fact. Yeah, you're not wrong. Mario Odyssey was very good. I own it. Yeah. Lunico. Yeah, I mean, that's one of the things. I mean, I point that out quite often. You know, what Nintendo has done on that hardware with Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom is actually really impressive. But it's almost kind of like an anomaly for them on that hardware. Nobody else has really been able to touch that. You know what I mean? I don't feel like many other developers have really even come close to doing what Nintendo has done with their own hardware. You know, I don't know why, but it just kind of is what it is. And I've seen articles come out where developers have talked about the constraints that, you know, the lack of power in the hardware and stuff puts on them in trying to develop games for the Switch and everything. So, you're probably not wrong on that front either, Cash. Yeah, especially the latest one. You know, the latest one is I think the lowest rated Metacritic Pokemon main release Pokemon game. What is Violet and Scarlet? I think that's the lowest mainline Metacritic rated game ever, if I remember correctly. It's not. It didn't like bomb or anything, but it had its issues. Yeah. Even though I know you said you didn't experience too many of them. Apparently, there was an amount. Yeah. And I mean, even I've even noted like a lot of those games like that. If you look at like even just in the trailers, when I see trailers for like Pokemon Scarlet and Violet or the DLCs or whatever, it looks so jagged. Nothing in those games looks real smooth to me, you know. Yeah, I don't know, dude. Like, why didn't they? You know what I'm saying? But that's what I don't really understand. I mean, we haven't really seen anybody else be able to mimic the quality of what Nintendo has done with some of their titles. Yeah, I haven't seen it, dude. I haven't seen I mean, is it just because Nintendo has an inside track on how to develop better on their own hardware? I don't know what the deal is. But I haven't really seen any developers outside of Nintendo be able to do nearly what Nintendo has done with their own hardware. Software development wise, you know? Because it's like everything I see looks... And to be fair, I mean, I've seen even things like Splatoon 3. Like, Splatoon 3 looks janky to me. It looks jagged. All the outlines and lines and stuff are just like jagged flipping pixel outlines and stuff. And people will go, oh, well, that's just the art style. Man, no, not totally, no. Because a lot of the games on the Switch look like that, you know? The unlocked full performance magic line of code. I mean, the Pokemon games look like that. It's... I can't help but assume that at least an amount of what I see in the, you know, those games, the way they look dated and aged to me is just an amount of the hardware. And part of it being developers maybe not knowing the best way to utilize software development on that hardware. Because Nintendo does a pretty decent job most of the time. I agree. I'll agree on that front. Yeah, Arceus looked better. Yeah. Did Game Freak do both of those? They did, right? Not many other developers have ever been able to touch Pokemon. There have been like some... Yeah, Game Freak did all of them, yeah. It's interesting. Oh, but they were different teams. Alright, Psych. Alright, buddy. Alright, dude. It's good to see you, man. Yo, I hope that your visit's still going well with the family and everything, dude, and being home. I know you don't have a lot of time left, but it's good to see you, brother. Yeah. Yeah, that's interesting. Different teams then. Yeah, I agree. I think Pokemon Arceus looked really interesting. I think that they need to keep moving towards that form of Pokemon, to be honest. I think that's a much more interesting take on Pokemon. The open world environment and all that stuff, while it still needs work, I think that that's the way they need to go with it. See ya, I guess. It does seem like it was a cool game. I know that they needed some work on like the... If AI generated games ever exist... Well, I mean, there are already games that run on AI engines. Yeah. Alunico. Where basically the entire thing is just like kind of generated. But I mean, I guess it depends on what capacity do you mean. Like if literally there was literally artificial intelligence in the real meaning of the word that created a game on its own. You know, is that what you're talking about? I mean, aren't we just artificial intelligence? Are we even alive? Are we even real, man? It's getting deep, bros. You got me, dude. I had just a little bit of coffee left. I was swallowing, dude. You got me with it. Oh, geez, dude, that hurt. That's funny, bro. That's funny, dude. I mean, So to be fair, there have been games have already been created that run on AI engines that basically generate everything about the game for you. I mean, the base core of what the game is and everything is not necessarily AI driven or created. It was created by humans, but most of the stuff about the game itself is actually AI generated. So those are out there, and you can look into those. But if you're talking about something that is specifically just like a computer intelligence and an artificial intelligence created a game from scratch. What's a promise last? Oh Jesus, you guys are wild. CD Project Obama. Yeah, that sounds about right. Yeah. You guys are oh no, dude, they're gonna pull us out of the Matrix now. You guys screwed it up, dude. They know we know now. It's bad. It's bad news. It's bad news, dude. Rip, dude, no doubt. Yeah, we're getting unplugged right now, dude. Getting unplugged. All right, so here's the deal. I do think I'm actually going to take the rest of the day. I didn't get to work on anything stream-wise or content-wise, and I'm a little bit behind on some stuff. So I need the rest of today, because today would have been the normal day off. So I don't think I'm going to play any games today, man. I'm just going to go ahead and call it. I'm going to work on stuff for the rest of the day, and I'm going to get prepared for us to play Blasphemous 2 tomorrow. So tomorrow is going to be news.
Unacceptable!
I know, Murdoch. I'm sorry. I wasn't sure how long the news was going to go. I knew it was going to be long, but had we not gone all the way up until lunch, I probably would have played a little bit of Fallout, but I need to go ahead and just call it and get some stuff done and taken care of and worked on here for the stream and the YouTube channel and stuff. Yeah, dude, Blasphemous 2 is going to be a banger. So we've got tomorrow. Blasphemous 2 doesn't release until like 11 o'clock my time. So we'll do the news. Then we'll jump into Fallout New Vegas. We'll try to finish up the Big Mountain DLC from Fallout New Vegas. And then around 11 o'clock, I'll be able to start downloading Blasphemous, get it installed. We'll grab some lunch, and then we'll start playing Blasphemous 2 for the rest of the week. Yeah, Sea of Stars next week, dude. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, Davey's planning on playing that, dude. Are you going to play it, Cash? And how are you close to getting all your? Have you gotten all the shrines and everything in Tears of the Kingdom yet? Did you already get all the shrines and everything? Are you done with Tears? Here, I'll shut you out real quick. Playing PUBG, bro. Nice. I bet that wasn't sweaty. 152. All done. Nice, dude. GG's. Congrats. That's awesome, dude. Completed last week. Sick, man. All right. Yeah. So, that's a play. That's a play. So I know it's a short day. I'm sorry. Every Tuesday play PUBG. I forget about that, dude. You've told me that before, and I just forgot. Yeah. I was actually just talking about PUBG today because the developer, the company behind PUBG, actually owns the company that makes Subnautica now. Yeah, kind of wild. The longing, bro. The longing. Yo, Pinky will be on stream with me come November, dude. Well, we still got to finish up Grounded too at some point, so we got to figure out that. We got Grounded to finish up, which shouldn't take us too much longer. And then November, if Pinky still holds out on Baldur's Gate, we'll be playing Baldur's Gate 3 together, so that'll be good. But yeah, sorry about no further content today. I've got to get caught up on some stuff, man. So I didn't want to not stream today and not stream tomorrow. Here's another thing. Next week I'll stream Wednesday as well because I'm gonna have a long weekend next weekend. We've got an end of summer kind of family thing where I'm gonna be out of town. I'm gonna be stream will be down. So on the 10th or something, nice, dude. Cash, yeah. Yeah, it's coming, baby. 2027. It's on my calendar. You know what I'm saying? Got it on my calendar, dude. So next weekend, we've got like a family event thing going on into summer. The stream will be down, and therefore I won't be taking a day off during the week next week. So that's why I need to go ahead and make sure that I have today also to get prepared for what's happening next week and not having a day off next week. So I hope everybody understands. I'm really sorry. It's just been a lot going on. It's a bit wonky, and I don't know. I'll get caught up today. We'll be ready to roll throughout the next week, and then I'll do half a day next Friday, and then Saturday, Sunday, Monday will be down, and I'll be back on the Tuesday after that. Not this weekend. Next weekend. This weekend we'll be up. Everything's good this week. Everything's fine. So just so everybody knows. But we'll do it again tomorrow, man. We'll do it again tomorrow. It was a great news segment. It was super long, I know, but there was a lot to cover, man, and it was very, very good. So to everybody that contributed to it and everybody that was here for it, I appreciate it very much. We'll do it again tomorrow, man. We'll get into, August 24th's edition of Video Gaming News. Then we'll play a little bit of Fallout New Vegas, and then we will start day one of Blasphemous 2, man, which I cannot wait for. The first game was an absolute banger, and you can get a pretty good deal right now on the first game and the second game on Steam if you're interested. Other platforms too, I think, so go take a look. I don't know, man. I guess other than that, dude, if anybody was able to hang out today and is hanging out that is not familiar with the channel, or maybe anybody that's seeing this after the fact, we always do video gaming news to start all of our streams off 6 days a week, every day but Wednesday. Start off at 6 a.m. CST, video gaming news. They don't usually take this long, but you know, we do video gaming news, then we move on into the gaming, whatever gaming content we have planned for the rest of the day. All previous video gaming news segments, gaming playthroughs that we've done, crazy, funny, wild clips and highlights, stuff like that. All that stuff's in playlists highlighted on the Twitch channel here, as well as VODs, playlists of VODs on the YouTube channel. So go check that stuff out. Come hang out with us when we are live. We always have a good time. We're always looking for more cool people to be a part of what we do that love the world of video games, man. So other than that, guys, stay healthy, stay safe, be kind. Happy flipping Wednesday, man. I hope the rest of your day goes very well. I can't wait to do it again. Hopefully everybody understands why I need the rest of today to work on stuff, and you know, we'll get back at it tomorrow, okay? You guys rock. Thanks for being you. I'm out of here. Bye, guys.